Shalom, shalom. Can you hear me?
Clear, man.
Hey, it got real dusty. I seen the space. Thank you, brother. I didn't even know he was in there, but my keyboard was all messed up. So I'm like, he must be up in here, man. But all praises, man. How you doing, Kev? The dust?
Doing well, man. Glad to be here. It's gonna be a fun one tonight, I think.
Yeah, well, we've been waiting for you, brother. That was compliments of me messing up the time. So apologies to everybody, man. I be forgetting that you are on Central Time, so that was definitely on me. I let the family know that. But without further ado, man, hey, Kel, you there? DJ Extraordinaire? He might be putting an air conditioner up in his window.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Hey, thank you, brother. I appreciate you getting your DJ on. I don't know. Me and Kel be on stage. To read for you, of course. We are going to we definitely gave a little salute to obviously Sister Teresa and Elder David as well. So I appreciate you playing that music as well. Thank you so much. But hey, without further ado, I'm gonna go ahead and get us prayed in. You know what I'm saying? And I'll let you take over if you're ready, there, dear brother. I need to put the tribe down, right?
Is that a question for me or Cal?
Well, you got the tribe yourself. You got like how many kids you got now? What?
Oh, that's what you mean. Oh, yeah, 4. Yeah, I was like, what's he talking about? Yeah, 4 now, man. Praise God.
Oh, praise it, brother. This brother is being fruitful and multiply in the name of the Lord.
For sure.
The Kevites, indeed. All right, man. I'm gonna go ahead and get us prayed in, and then you can take over there, dear brother. Thank you, Father God, for bringing us here on, for most of us, your Shabbat. I thank you, Father God, for bringing us here on all one unit. We come for you, Father. This is about you. We come and we take part in your Shabbat to represent you, to also keep the commandments as you told us to do so. We have a holy convocation on Shabbat, and we also do it in respects of what Christ did himself and what the apostles did themselves, and coming together on your Shabbat and serving you on this day. And we know that this is all about you, Father God, and all of us as one spiritual family come together to praise you, to listen to your word. And we know that you given Kevin Dust a great word to share with us today. So I thank you, Father God, for that. And thank you for each and every person that is here. They could be doing something else, but they are right here with us here to hear this great word that you're going to give us. I ask you, Father God, again, to keep the hedge of protection over everyone who is not here and cover them with your angels. And anybody who is in trouble, cover them. Once again, Father God, we come together to be better walkers in your faith, walkers in the word, to understand the word, to live the word, and to be able to share the word with other people. It's another reason why we do this, Father God. We don't come here just to serve you. We serve you, but we also come here to learn and to better apply your word that you've given us. So I thank you, Father God, for allowing us to be here in good health, allow each and every person to be able to be with each other and get this word, get this teaching, and be better walkers in the faith, ultimately, Father God. So I ask, Father God, again, to or just bless each and every person here, bless the message. And obviously, Father God, be with all of those that are sick and shut in, bless and keep them, and help those who are sick in their time of need and who are in need. Ask, Father God, just to bless them and keep them as well, Father God. I don't want to leave them out. And pray for anyone who is going through troubles within our spiritual family. Ask, Father, to help them, bless them, and keep them as well. And also, Father God, as we always say here in BRC, this is not our doctrine, but it is yours. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
All right. Last sound check. Can you all hear me?
Sound good, bro.
All right, cool. All right, so we're gonna get started with framework blindness. So couple of things here. I would say this class long overdue, and I'm glad that I didn't do it earlier than today, earlier than this year, because I think what I've come up with is going to be something that's really going to help you all out a lot for those that kind of struggle to see, you know, the full framework. But to take it from the top, the reason why I decided to do this class is because there's a lot of people out here who tend to struggle with understanding which commandments in the law can be kept, how they're supposed to be kept. And it's just not an ABT thing. This is a Hebrew roots thing. This is a Hebrew Israelites thing. This is a worldwide Church of God thing. The church I used to come, or the church that I came from, and many other small to large groups. Like, it just seems like people have a hard time contextualizing God's commandments. And the term framework blindness is something that I came up with to describe that, right? So the main focus of this class will be to open your eyelids so that you are no longer blind to the framework and you can see it all, right? But since I've already used the word, we should probably talk about what exactly a framework is, right? So what I'm going to do real quick, Kev, I'm going to drop this in the chat just so as I have my definitions, people can follow along. So right now I'm going to go to the Collins Dictionary, and we're going to define what the word framework means in the event there's some people listening who are unaware, right? So according to the framework, according to the Collins Dictionary, the word framework means a particular set of rules, ideas, or beliefs which you use in order to deal with problems or to decide what to do. So when you think of a framework, you could think of it in other contexts like a US legal framework. The Constitution is a framework. And within that framework, there are many different systems. Now, I bring that term up because you're going to hear me a lot throughout this class reference systems. But before I get ahead of myself, let's talk a little bit more about what exactly is included in God's framework, which we know to be the covenant. Because like I said before, in times past, God's covenant that he made with Israel is a framework. And it's a framework that contains ideas, beliefs, right? And basically protocol that tells you how to do certain things and when to do them, etc. So, for example, what are some things that are in God's framework, right? Well, you have promises, you have stipulations, you have universal rules, you have systems, you have protocols, you have blessings, you have curses, you have signs, you have mediators, you have witnesses, you have warnings and examples, you have etc., etc., etc. There is a lot more in the framework other than the law, which is the point I'm making. However, we're not going to deal with all that tonight, right? We're going to deal with a couple of aspects of the framework, two in particular. The first being systems, and the second being a term that's related to it, protocol. But first, we're going to define what a system is, because again, like the way that I get down, I want all of us to be on the same page. Because as I said before, there's going to be a lot of references to framework. So, don't know who's sharing, Kev. If that's you, feel free to click on that link that I just dropped in the chat for systems. It's the Oxford Dictionary defining that term. And it's just a Google link, but it's being pulled from the Oxford languages. And I really like both of its definitions. And the first one is a set of things working together as parts of a mechanism or an interconnecting network. Definition 2, a set of principles or procedures according to which something is done, an organized framework or method. So we have a definition here that's telling us that a system, right, is a type of framework. Now, I've already defined how we're going to be using framework in this class, and essentially God's framework is a mega framework that includes frameworks, i.e. systems, right? But keep in mind, again, that the definition for system is that it's a set of things working together as part of a mechanism or an interconnecting network, right? So, a couple of other things about system. Every system is made up of its own set of rules, components, and purposes. These three terms are going to be crucial throughout my entire class. When you're evaluating a system, there's several things you need to keep in mind. What is the purpose of the system? What are the components of the system? And what are the rules of the system, i.e. protocols, right? Because here's the thing. For the system to function as intended, each component must follow the specific rules assigned to it, right? Because again, as we saw in the definition, a system is a set of interconnecting things. So a part of a system is a rule set. The rules have to work together for a specific purpose. And what exactly in the system is working together for a specific purpose? The components. Purpose, components, rules. But here's another way to think about systems, right? Think of systems like rooms in a house. You can't perform bathroom functions in the kitchen. Now here's the thing, like I'm a parent, so like this stuff is like fresh in my mind, right? Like I would go bananas if my kids did this, but I just want to give you a very, very like clear example of what I mean. If a 10-year-old took a bathroom rule, like you may relieve yourself, and tried to apply it in the kitchen, it wouldn't take long for the parents to step in with some serious correction. And I mean serious. The belt is not enough. It might be electric cord time. If my kid decided to apply, thou shalt relieve yourself in the kitchen, completely removing that system rule from its system. Because the bathroom has a set of rules. The bathroom has a protocol that one must follow in the bathroom. You do not take bathroom protocol and apply it to the kitchen. You follow me. This is stuff that's very clear. This is very clear to understand when we break it down in simple real terms. You cannot apply bathroom rules to the kitchen. You cannot apply kitchen rules to the bathroom. What kind of idiot would try to cook a meal in the tub? No one's doing this. If somebody had a crock pot going in the bath, you'd be like, you're not going to be alive very long, fool. Stop applying system rules to contexts outside of their system. And as we see, the Bible operates the same way. You cannot take system rules. You cannot take protocols, strip them, rip them out of their system, and apply them as individual rules. Can't do it. But since I've mentioned the term several times, let's go ahead and define it. What's a protocol? I'm going to drop this in the chat real quick for y'all. Protocol. All right. This definition is from the Britannica Dictionary. And the first definition, and really the only one that I'm interested in because this is what I'm keying in on. A protocol is a system of rules that explain the correct conduct and procedures to be followed in formal situations. I'm going to read that one more time because y'all, like, you're going to hear the word protocol from me so much tonight that it's probably going to make y'all sick. So let's make sure that this definition is embedded into our minds. A protocol is a system of rules that explain the correct conduct and procedures to be followed in formal situations. You follow me, right? In a covenant framework, as I mentioned earlier, protocols are an aspect of it. And in the covenant framework, the rules within a protocol, because again, a protocol is a set of rules, a system of rules, or a set of rules. The rules within a protocol are inherent to a specific system. Inherent. They can only be followed when the system is present and active. Do y'all understand that? A protocol is embedded in a system, or the term that I'm going to use quite a bit tonight, a machine. The term machine is a bit synonymous, or can be synonymous with the term system, and I like that term because it gives you a real world object. For example, you have the rock group. Many of y'all probably know it because they've been around forever, called Rage Against the Machine, right? Rage Against the Machine is really a band name that is speaking to raging against a system, a corrupt government system or government systems, right? When people say things like, hey, the system's broken, you can essentially say, hey, the machine is broken. And if the machine is broken, or if a machine is broken, then the whole thing doesn't work right. If you're trying to work, if you're trying to get your AC to work, right? There's a way in which you use it. You don't try to take an AC part and apply it to the oven, because that part doesn't belong in kitchen apparatus. It belongs the AC unit. And it's made for the AC unit. It's made for that system. It's made for that machine. You follow me, right? Now, here's a quick little example scripturally. And whoever's sharing, Kev, that's you, feel free to go to the scripture, because it's just going to be one verse, right? But I want to give a clear-cut example of a system rule. Exodus chapter 20, verse 19. Pardon?
Exodus what?
Exodus 23, verse 19. Let me know when you get there.
I'm there. All right, this is Exodus 23:19 in the KJV, and it reads, "The first of the first fruits of thy land thou shalt bring into the house of the Lord thy God. Thou shalt not seeth a kid in his mother's milk."
Well, what is that? Wait a minute. Did I give you the right? Let me see here.
You said Exodus 23:19, right?
Yeah, let me see here. Because I think just give me a sec here. Because that doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound right. Give me a sec. Oh, my fault. I'm at 18. I was like, I know it's close. Read 18 for me. And actually, wait, are you in let me see here. Yeah, verse 18 in chapter 23. That's what I meant to.
Okay. This is Exodus 23 and verse 18. And it reads, "Thou shalt not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leavened bread, neither shall the fat of my sacrifice remain until the morning."
Okay, now let's break this simple verse down, because it highlights what I'm going to be emphasizing throughout the class. This is a system rule. This is not a universal rule. This is a rule. This is a rule that's part of a protocol. This is a rule that's part of a system. This is a rule that's part of a machine. Why? Because what God is asking one to do requires a certain system to be present and active. The verse says, "Thou shalt not offer the blood of my sacrifice. First of all, one cannot offer sacrifices anywhere you want. So the very fact that in order for me to keep this commandment, an actual system must be active, which in this case is the sacrificial system, or as I like to call it, the offering system. This is something that one cannot follow. But right. This is a clear example of a system rule, and there are many system rules in the Bible. But the thing is that most believers, like they this is the thing, like they get that we're not supposed to stray from the universal rules in God's framework. But a lot of people assume it's okay to keep system rules even when the system that they belong to isn't in place. Like it's just something that just always boggles my mind, right? But again, that kind of thinking shows a blindness, hence the title of this class. And not just to like the commandments, but to the whole framework, like essentially how it's meant to work. And I'll be getting into that as well, because you know you have a couple of violation types, one being rule violations and the other being purpose violations. But I'll get into more of that later, right? But the next thing I want to quickly touch on in my intro here is essentially like what is framework blindness. And I pretty much already like talked about it, but I kind of want to dive in just a little bit deeper before we get to the actual class, right? So here's the thing. Framework blindness is when someone tries to, essentially this is what it is. When someone tries to follow God's commandments but ignores the structure and purpose behind them, right? It's when a person sees the rule but misses the entire system it belongs to, just everything what I've been saying up until this point. And or they could also like miss the reason as well, like completely miss the reason it was given in the first place. And what this tends to result in is that a person may end up doing the right thing in the wrong way, at the wrong time, or perhaps even in the wrong place, which again completely misses the purpose that God intended for that system, right? Or systems. And like I said before, you know, this is just the easiest way for me to describe, you know, this phenomenon, hence why I'm calling this class framework blindness. But like I said, a lot of people who are you know, blind to the framework, they're good, decent people. Like they're people who have or who are sincere in their efforts, but like there's, you know, you can be sincere in your effort and still be blind to the covenant structure, right? So again, like the hope and goal of this class is to help others see this entire framework and its parts, or at least the parts that we're going to discuss tonight. You know, so like that's pretty much what I wanted to talk about as far as the intro is concerned. Now, y'all are gonna see, like, I'm gonna do some things differently in this class, right? And to kind of like give you a little hint, the entire class is gonna be pretty much a story, right? It's gonna be like a giant story, right? But you'll see. Well, you know, let me pull up now, Kel. You probably won't be sharing anything for the rest of the night, brother. So I'm gonna need to grab that screen share from you. Yeah, let me see here. Give me a sec. Pull up my documents. All right, let's see here. Okay, what do I want to? Oh, there it is. See, I think. Hold on, give me a sec.
Do you have a document like on Word?
Nah, it's not that. It's you'll see. I'm trying to see. It's telling you a chance to make a selection, but well, I'm only. Oh, you know what? Hold on a minute. Yeah, this isn't it. I'm trying to.
No,
Yeah, this isn't it. Give me a sec, because it's.
Do you have? Do you? Sometimes you gotta have it pulled up. Like, don't have it minimized.
Oh, okay. Okay, let me see. Sorry, y'all. Bear with me on this. All right, so I got to pull it up. Let's try this again. I think I know what I might need to do. If I can't share the application, I'll probably just have to share my screen. Okay, I got it. I think I got it.
Yep.
Let me know when y'all can see my screen.
Yeah, we see it.
What do you see?
It says framework blindness above the world. It hangs.
Perfect. There you go. Perfect. That's exactly okay. Perfect. Do you see the full screen, or is it kind of cut off?
Yeah, we see the full screen.
All right, perfect. All right, so we're gonna get started, and we're gonna get started. But before I elaborate any further, I'm gonna read what's on the screen, right? So, again, for those that aren't following along visually, you just have to listen to me, obviously, but reading from a document that I put together, and this is what it says: above the world, it hangs in silence. A colossal structure forged of steel and light, drifting against the black sea of stars under the firmament. A dwelling place for a people set apart. Its corridors hum with power, its chambers ordered with precision. Every sector, every system, every glowing conduit exists for one purpose: to uphold the will of the master. Here, nothing is random. Every function ties into another, forming a vast and living framework. To enter is to leave the world behind. It is to step into a life defined by order, ruled by law, and sustained by commands older and higher than any earthly authority. This is more than a station. It is the covenant made visible. Welcome to the Lexium. The Lexium is a vast multi-level space station divided into distinct zones and interconnected sectors. Its architecture is highly structured with specialized areas for residence, administration, worship, and ritual. Corridors and transit systems link each zone, creating a continuous network that spans the station. Essentially, the Lexium is an allegory for God's covenant with the nation of Israel, and as you'll see, not just the people of Israel, but the grafted in as well. So why am I using an allegory, right, to explain all this? Well, covenant systems can feel abstract on a page, but when pictured as structures and operations within a vast space station, their function becomes tangible and interconnected. So the goal of this allegory is to help us see the covenant systems clearly, making their purpose and structure vivid and memorable. But why a space station? I chose a space station to represent God's covenant because life in the covenant is life set apart. Just as residents of a station are literally separated from the world below, those who enter God's covenant step into a life distinct from the world around them. And in both, separation comes with structure. When you enter a space station, you can't just live however you want to, you just can't live however you want. There are rules that keep everyone alive. In the same way, when you enter God's covenant, you commit to his commands. The rules aren't arbitrary. They are what make covenant life possible, safe, and holy. Now, in this part, I'm going to get into the space station structure, because this section right here is basically, there's got to be like, I'm going to be explaining to y'all some of my story concepts, because once I start getting into the story, things are going to make sense. If I don't do this part, y'all are going to be lost. So I'm going to first tackle the space station structure. So what you see here is just like a rough design of kind of how the ship is laid out. So in the center of the ship, you have what I call the central zone. And I'll explain all of this, momentarily. But the central zone is at the center, obviously, and then around it are what I call the numbered zones. And beyond the numbered zones, which there's 12 of those, beyond the numbered zones are what I call the alphabet zones. So to start, what is a numbered zone? The numbered zone are the territories controlled by the great houses, with each house overseeing a single zone. The exception is House Lennox, whose members are dispersed through all 12 zones rather than occupying a single one. Collectively, the 12 numbered zones are known as the prime territory, forming a network of residential, civic, and service sectors that support life on the Lexium. And as y'all can already tell, you can already start to see, okay, I see, okay, wait, Kevin this is allegorical, obviously, right? So the great houses are as follows. House Ronan rules zone 1. House Silas rules zone 2. House Jasper, 3. Dorian, zone 4. Nolan, zone 5. Griffin, zone 6. Alden, zone 7. Idris, zone 8. Zamir, zone 9. Malcolm, 1/2 of House Jalen, rules zone 10. Ethan, 1/2 of House Jalen, rules zone 11. And then House Basil rules zone 12. And like I mentioned before about House Lennox, they're dispersed throughout various numbered zones. Those from this house are the ones that serve the master in the temple grounds, right? So what are the alphabet zones? As y'all saw in my design earlier, the alphabet zones are territories not controlled by the great houses. Instead, they are home to the dust-born, residents who have settled on the station after the great houses established their territories. These zones provide residential, commercial, and service areas for the wider population, integrating newcomers into the life and operations of the, is actually an old term I was using, but the Lexium, while maintaining order and access to essential systems. And examples of alphabet zones, as you will see, are like Zone AG, Zone TC. I use these terms a lot throughout my stories. But when I use these terms, you'll know what I mean, versus like Zone 7 or Zone 8, things like that. So I mentioned before, but the term dustborn, what is the dustborn? The dustborn are those who do not belong to the great houses. The name began as a way of describing the earliest wanderers who came in from Earth to settle on the station. Over time, the great houses rose from among those same wanderers, and with power and legacy behind them, the label of dustborn no longer applied to their descendants. For everyone else, however, the name stuck. Even families who have lived on the space station for centuries, just as long as the houses themselves, are still called dustborn. In practice, the word marks the difference between those whose house lineage, marks the difference between those with house lineage and those without. The impact of the word depends on intent, though. Spoken lightly, it is a descriptive. Spoken sharply, it can mark one as an outsider. Okay, central zone, right? The central zone is the heart of the Lexium, containing the temple grounds, the grand altar, and key operational hubs for the covenant cores. It anchors both the practical and symbolic authority of the station while connecting to the surrounding numbered and alphabet zones. Now, this part I'm gonna deal with the covenant cores. I kind of touched on this when I mentioned universal rules and system rules, but this is that concept baked into the allegory. So covenant cores, at the heart of the Lexium are the covenant cores, orb-like repositories of the master's commands that give the station its order. There are two types, universal core, system core. The universal core holds laws that apply to everyone, everywhere, while the system cores govern specialized areas of life, such as sacrifice, purity, or tithing. And symbolically, collectively, the covenant cores represent the full book of the law, right? Because as I mentioned before, the law just isn't a collection of moral universal laws. There's system rules in there as well, or system commandments in there as well. So the covenant core represents all of that. Excuse me. Machines. A machine is a system designed to carry out specific functions within the Lexium. People interact with the machine through a machine bay. A machine bay is a large open space where people go to use a specific system. Each bay has terminals for selecting actions and chambers where tasks are carried out. Some bays are connected to one another, and many are linked to the offering bay, which houses the grand altar. And though I'm throwing a lot of terms at y'all, I'm actually gonna give y'all an example. And then when you see the example, like this is not gonna be like complicated at all, but I recognize I'm throwing a lot of terms at y'all, but just bear with me for a moment, right? Machine bay terminals. Each machine bay contains terminals, interface panels where people interact with the system. At a terminal, a user selects a protocol, which is a set of step-by-step rules for a specific task. Some protocols offer options, which are variations that adapt the protocol to particular circumstances. Once selections are made, the terminal guides the user to the correct chamber to complete the task. Here's the example. Just give me a second, get some water. All right, so here's the example, and you'll see what I mean. You'll start to see all the concepts click or fall into place. So we have a scenario here, right? This particular character is in the offering bay, and the only way that in this story one could make an offering is by going to the offering bay or using the offering machine. And the offering bay is located in the central zone, specifically the temple grounds. And I'll cover more about what's in the temple grounds in a moment. But in this example, the focus is on the offering system, specifically grain offering protocols, or the set of rules pertaining to how to give a grain offering, and specifically how to give a grain offering when an oven is involved. So here's the scenario. Robert, a man from house Jasper, stepped into the offering bay, the vast open space alive with quiet energy. Rows of sleek terminals glowed softly, each one ready for a worshiper to make selections. He approached the nearest terminal and touched the illuminated interface. The screen displayed a list of protocols. Robert selected grain offering. Immediately, a list of options appeared. He chose oven. The terminal flashed a confirmation and synced with his law shard. Instantly, the law shard projected a glowing pathway visible only to Robert, guiding him toward the appropriate chamber. Robert followed the illuminated path and stepped into the chamber, which was fully equipped for executing an oven-based grain offering. The air was warm, the machinery operating softly, ready to carry out the procedure according to the system core's instructions. So this example just shows kind of in a very brief way how this world is going to operate. You're going to see a lot when people want to use a system. It's very visual. They're going to a bay because in this story, the only way one can use a system is going into this physical structure that you can imagine, that you can see. And then once they go into the chamber, all of the protocols related to the system get executed. I tried to make things as visual as possible so that you can see, oh, okay, we're really dealing with a system here. And it's all biblically linked. Don't worry about it. We're going to get to that, right? And I'm going to show you step by step how all this stuff connects and how this allegory is in lockstep with the Bible, right? So the system flow of this example, the summary of this system flow is this, as we saw with Robert. The following is how people on the Lexium interact with the machine, specifically as it relates to Really most things, but just trying to give a general idea here. Step one, a person arrives at a bay and they enter through the bay's access gate, wherever that may be. Step two, they use the terminal. They select the appropriate protocol and option. Step three, they go to the chamber. The law shard projects a private pathway leading to the designated chamber. Step four, perform the ritual. While in the chamber, carry out the ritual according to the system core's instructions. Step five, exit the chamber. Leave the chamber and bay once the ritual is complete. Now, I've mentioned this term several times before, and I think at this point it's appropriate to define it. What in the world is a law shard, Kevin? You said that repeatedly and it showed up in the example. All right, so law shard. On the Lexium, every adult has a law shard implanted in their brain, a micro device powered by its own AI known as Pneuma. It monitors behavior and interprets the master's commands with precision. Containing 2 layers of command data, it not only tracks actions, but also evaluates whether they align with the law's intent, alerting the host and the Covenant Compliance Bureau, or CCB, if discrepancies arise. The 2 layers of command data correspond to universal rules, which are derived from the universal core. These rules apply across all systems and beyond. And we know this because it doesn't matter if you're offering an offering or you're in the midst of some judicial process. Like if you commit idolatry, then you're going to be dealt with. You can't commit idolatry no matter what system you're using, right? That's an example of a universal rule. System rule, as far as the law shard is concerned, derived from the individual system core. These rules govern specific domains such as offerings, consecration, purity, festivals, tithing, etc. The law shard overlay. The law shard's internal display. The overlay provides private augmented reality guidance, and you're going to see this in the stories. Like, you're going to see how this all works. It adds visual highlights, subtle sounds, and tactile cues like pulses or temperature changes to help the resident follow covenant commands. For example, if you reach for forbidden food, the overlay might outline it in red and emit a soft chime only you can perceive, delivering real-time guidance without alerting others, right? So violations, and I mentioned this in my intro, violations, how do they work? So the law shard constantly monitors its host, comparing actions to the universal and system rules. It checks not just what is done, but whether it's done correctly and for the intended reason. If a violation occurs, the AI sends a private warning, logs the issue, and alerts the Covenant Compliance Bureau, ensuring everyone follows both the rules and their intended purpose. Violation types. Within the covenant framework, violations generally fall into 2 main categories, which I'm calling rule violations and purpose violations. Y'all have already heard me mention these terms multiple times before, right? But what's a rule violation specifically? A rule violation happens when someone directly breaks a command, disobeying what God has clearly instructed. An example of that is sparing the best of the flock after being commanded to destroy everything, disobeying the clear instruction given by God, even with good intentions. And we see that, when we read about Saul in 1 Samuel 15, 1-23. We're not going to read that, but for those that are reading along with me, and if you want to check out that example in the Bible, feel free to do that. That's an example of a rule violation, and rule violations are often made easy or often easy to spot because they go directly against what's written. It's very visual. We can very easily see whether or not somebody breaks rule or not, right? But the purpose violations, though, what is it? A purpose violation happens when someone follows the letter of the command, but disregards its purpose. Example, fasting as instructed, afflicting the soul, withholding food, but neglecting the purpose of the fast, which is to repent, to correct injustice, and to walk in humility and mercy. And that example that I'm pulling from is found in Isaiah 58, 1-7. Purpose violations are often harder to see because they can look like obedience, but they're still misaligned with God's intent. And as I alluded to before, it's the purpose violations that are getting people in trouble. And it's the purpose violations that are causing people to suffer from framework blindness. And you will see that as we proceed. But what's the guidance protocol? Still dealing with the law shard. The guidance protocol is this: a multi-sensory compliance system the law shard's AI uses to guide its host. It provides real-time feedback through visual, audio, and tactile cues, helping residents stay aligned with covenant commands. Feedback progresses across 3 stages. Stage 1, flare. During the flare stage, the host is exposed to unmistakable, attention-grabbing signals. Bright highlights, sharp tones, and strong pulses make the commandments immediately clear. Stage 2, dim. In the dim stage, feedback becomes a bit subtler. Visual cues fade, sounds soften, and tactile signals weaken. Warnings remain, but are easier to overlook. And then stage 3, which I'm calling blackout. In the blackout stage, active feedback stops entirely. No signals are delivered, yet the law shard's AI continues to monitor, log, and report the host's actions to the CCB. This stage withdraws direct guidance while maintaining full oversight. And in case it's not abundantly clear, the law shard represents the Holy Spirit. In case it's not clear, but I'm sure it's clear to my fellow ABT people, right? But now I want to cover the temple grounds, because the temple grounds is basically where most of my stories are going to take place, right? But I just want to cover kind of some geography, if you will, so that way you kind of orient yourself as I go through this. So the temple grounds are located in the central, and the temple grounds are the heart of the central zone, and they're dedicated to worship, ritual, and priestly service. And key locations within the temple grounds include the offering bay, the laver bay, the consecration bay, the festival bay, and the temple bay. And just to say it up front, the temple grounds represent the temple, the temple area, the temple bounds, everything in the courtyard, which would include the altar, the temple itself, everything. So when I say temple grounds, in this allegory, that's what I'm referring to. Like, you're gonna find the altar. Like, when you want to present an offering, you got to go to the temple grounds. When you want, as a priest, to use the laver or the basin, you got to go to the temple grounds, right? If you want to be consecrated, got to go to the temple grounds. Keep the holy days, got to go to the temple grounds, and obviously the temple itself, which I'm calling the temple bay, is in the temple grounds, right? So the offering bay. The offering bay is where worshipers bring their offerings, and terminals is where worshipers bring their offerings. Terminals direct them to the proper chamber, and priests provide guidance when necessary. At the center of the bay stands the grand altar, which is the central collection point for all sacrificial outputs from the machine bays. So blood, fat, and other offerings are transferred here through conduits from chambers across the station. No matter what bay you're in, if another bay needs an offering done, the offering is going to get sent here. So again, blood, fat, other offerings are transferred here through conduits from chambers across the station bringing the results of multiple rituals together in a single unified location, as we see in the scriptures. You can't offer an offering wherever you want to. All offerings must get sent, right, or brought to the grand altar, or as the Bible describes it, the bronze altar, the fire altar, right? The laver bay, located in the central zone and also the temple grounds. The laver bay is where priests perform ceremonial washings before entering the temple bay. This bay is one of 3 that are used for cleansing purposes. The other 2 are the purification bay and the consecration bay. And the consecration bay is simply reserved for priests and Levites to perform consecration rituals. Festival Bay, obviously, is where the Leviticus 23 festivals are observed. Worshippers select a festival bay at a terminal and follow the law shard guided path to a chamber. Now, onto the temple bay itself. The temple bay is the central hub of the temple grounds, housing the holy chamber, the most holy chamber, and the ark chamber. It functions as both the operational and symbolic heart of the station's sacred order. The holy chamber is a sacred area within the temple bay where priests carry out their required duties. Access is controlled via specialized terminals that allow them to perform rituals and maintain the chamber's operations. Worshippers do not enter this space, keeping its function exclusive to the priesthood. Most holy chamber, also located in the temple grounds, specifically the temple bay. The most holy chamber is the innermost, most sacred space. At its center sits the ark chamber, fully restricted and off limits to all. Only the high priest may enter the most holy chamber, and then only under specific circumstances. So in here, the way that I'm breaking this down is, obviously we know the high priest once a year can go into the most holy place, right? Or as I'm calling it here, the most holy chamber. But the ark itself, nobody is allowed to peek in there, right? So the ark chamber represents the ark that is within the most holy chamber. And the ark chamber is at the center, as I said, the most holy chamber, and it serves as the secure repository for all the covenant cores, as I already broke down earlier in this section. And the covenant cores, it's a secure repository for all the covenant cores, which include the universal core and every system core. No direct access is allowed. Worshippers engage with the covenant cores indirectly through the machine bays, and in the case of the universal, both through the bays and beyond. Now, this is the last part of this, explanatory section, but it's probably the most important, because this entire class is going to exclusively focus on the purification system, right? The class is titled Framework Blindness, but really it should be titled Framework Blindness, the Holy Zone. Because we are going to dive deep into holy zones and understanding how purification relates to them, right? And when y'all see what I see, you should not ever go into this Bible ever again and see a purity commandment and try to apply it outside its system, right? So the purification bay represents how people in the Bible purify themselves. And it is a sterile, high-tech bay in the central zone. The purification bay is not located in the temple grounds because, again, in order to get into the temple grounds or in order to gain access to the temple, you have to be clean. You have to be purified. You can't walk into the temple grounds in an unclean state, right? So the purification bay spatially is located in the central zone near the temple grounds, but it's not within the temple grounds like the labor bay is or the consecration bay is, right? So again, it's just outside the temple grounds, where stationed residents undergo cleansing protocols after contact with ritual impurities. You can't enter the temple ground without first cleansing yourself here. And there are three machine bays, as I kind of referenced before. There are three machine bays that are used to cleanse ritual impurities. Purification Bay being the main one, mainly for the general populace. Labor Bay being exclusively for the priests, as we'll see later, and then the Consecration Bay. Consecration Bay deals with more things, but a key aspect of the consecration system is cleansing oneself, right? So, lastly, the purification. Let me see here. Actually, let me see here. Actually, that's a duplicate. That's a duplicate. Yeah. So I already read that. All right. So now we're going to launch into this story, and I gotta switch over. So give me just a second here. Stop sharing for a minute. Just give me a second. I'm just gonna get some water. Throat's dry. And Kel, I think you're gonna have to be my reader. You have to be my reader tonight because Kev J said he had to step out.
Yep.
So so you'll be my reader tonight, brother.
I got you, brother.
All right, cool. So let me see here. Get back to my docs. All right, I already covered that. We got through that. All right. Get my share. Yeah. And y'all were able to see the screens all right? Was anything cut off?
Yep. It was good.
It was good? Perfect.
Yep.
All right. Sweet. Get back to... All right, y'all can see the screen?
It's loading. Yes, framework blindness.
Perfect. There you go. All right. Framework blindness. We're gonna get into the story. And just letting y'all know, well, y'all will see it. Y'all will see it. Framework blindness. The holy zone. As I mentioned before, this is the full title of the class. Framework blindness, the holy zone. Some doors are sealed for a reason. Those who pry risk awakening what should remain hidden. Douglas Fry, SZPD Perimeter Watch. Episode 1, Danger Zone. The corridors were quiet that night. Shadows stretched across the station like dark figures. 5 teenagers crept along the service tunnels, hearts hammering, daring each other with whispered jokes. Soren led the way, eyes fixed ahead. Lena close behind, her curiosity barely contained. Caius hung back, hesitant, glancing at every flickering light. Talia clutched his arm, pale and trembling, while Eric's steps wavered between caution and loyalty. Ahead, the doors of Special Zone 1 loomed. Revered as a holy space, it had remained untouched for generations. Legend spoke of a sentinel, a towering machine said to guard the threshold, hinted at in hushed stories, but never described the same, the same way twice. Some swore they felt a low hum in the air and the prickle of unseen eyes on their skin. Excuse me. Still, the teenagers pressed forward, daring each other to discover if the stories were true. A low, vibrating hum filled the corridor as their law shards pulsed to life. Each pulse of red light jolted through their nerves like tiny electric shocks, making their skin prickle and muscles tense. A faint static hiss whispered in their ears with each flare, a voiceless warning to turn back. Soren's hand twitched. Lena's stomach nodded, a visceral signal she couldn't ignore. Warnings, danger, contamination. Talia whimpered, and Eric's face drained of color. Maybe we shouldn't, Kai murmured. Soren laughed too loud, too daring. You're just scared, he teased. It's a story, nothing more. We'll see for ourselves. Inside, though, a twinge of doubt ran through him, an unfamiliar, not a fear he tried to shove aside. Lena's grin flickered between fear and thrill. I want to see it, she said, pressing forward beside him. Her stomach twisted, half from excitement, half from nagging fear that she shouldn't be here. But the pull of the forbidden was too strong. The lost shard warnings intensified, pulsing hotter and buzzing like an electric heartbeat. Red light searing across their pupils. Some of the younger kids had turned back at this point, their courage spent. Talia grabbed Eric's arm. I can't, I'm going, she whispered, bolting down the side corridor. Caius followed, murmuring something about the stories he'd heard, while Eric hesitated, then ran after them. Soren and Lena pressed on, hearts pounding, ignoring the prickling, almost painful tingling of the lost shard against their skin. Each step drew them closer to the massive zone doors, the air thickening with a metallic tang, sharp and electric, pressing against their senses. The hum of the zone thrummed through the floor, vibrating up through their bones as if the very doors were alive and aware. Shadows shifted unnaturally along the walls, dark shapes moving independently of their footsteps, watching, waiting. Lena glanced at Soren. Do you really think it's out there? She whispered, voice tight. A shiver ran down her spine, but fascination kept her going. Soren swallowed, forcing a grin. Doesn't matter if it is or it isn't. We're not turning back now. His fingers itched to touch the doors, to feel proof of the stories, but he didn't. Fear and exhilaration waged war in his chest. A deep, resonant groan rolled through the distance, followed by a sharp, metallic clatter that might have been a machine or something else entirely. Their hearts raced, unsure if the sounds were real or conjured by the lost shard's warnings. But the effect was the same. Dread tightened around their chest. Lena's hand tightened on Soren's sleeve. I think that's the Sentinel, she whispered, eyes wide. They hesitated, hearts hammering, measuring each step, the doors looming larger, their presence almost alive. Soren forced himself forward, one careful, one deliberate step, then another, inching closer, daring to see, to hear, to know. And then the corridor erupted with motion. Zone officers burst from the shadows, arms outstretched, grabbing the two. Frozen in shock, Soren and Lena struggled futilely as the officers seized them. Red alarms blared, walls shuddering under the vibrations, the hum of the zone rising to a deafening pitch. The officers dragged Soren and Lena a short distance, their movements harsh and unyielding. The alarms and rumble faded into a dull roar sometime afterward, leaving only the metallic scent of the corridor and the faint echo of distant machinery. Shadows clung to the walls, and the sealed doors loomed ahead, unyielding and eternal. The sealed doors of Special Zone 1 stood as they always had, unbreached, forbidden, eternal. Whatever moved or stirred behind them remained unseen, and the teenagers could only wonder what laid within. We'll be back after these messages. This episode of Framework Blindness is brought to you by the Lost Shard Council, Central Department of Purity and Contamination Control, protecting dwelling integrity since Station Year 1. To the new Dustborns, greetings. This is a message from the Lost Shard Council. Purity is paramount. Life on the Lexium demands it. Before anyone else, there are 4 things you need to know. Number 1, the Lord is holy. A point that may seem obvious, yet is foundational. One you already understood before arriving at Lexium. Still, this fundamental truth forms the very basis of purity. Exhibit A. Isaiah chapter 6, 1-3. Sir Kel, please read that.
You said Isaiah 6.
Isaiah 6, 1-3.
Oh, let me get there. All right, this is Isaiah 6 and verse 1. And it reads, in the year that King Uzziah died, I saw also the Lord sitting upon a throne, high and lifted up, and his train filled the temple. Above it stood the seraphims. Each one had 6 wings. With twine he covered his face, and with twine he covered his feet, and with twine he did fly. Verse 3. And one cried unto another and said, Holy, holy, holy is the Lord of hosts. The whole earth is full of his glory.
Now, as we see here, the basic point is that the Lord is holy. But let that marinate, because the Lord is holy. Now,
right.
Let's go to H59:18, because I want all of us to understand what holy means. So the Gesenius Hebrew Lexicon says this about this particular word. It means pure, clean, free from defilement of crimes, idolatry, and other unclean and profane things. Example of other unclean things, ritual uncleanness. So the Lord establishes holiness, as we will see, but only a holy God can create a truly holy area where his presence has not reached. Holiness does not exist. This leads us to the next point. Number 2, holy areas. Some spaces are not common. They are holy. They are set apart, defined by boundaries that cannot be ignored. Exhibit B, Exodus chapter 3, verse 1-5. Sir Kel, please read that.
This is Exodus chapter 3 and verse 1, and it reads, Now Moses kept the flock of Jethro, his father-in-law, the priest of Midian, and he led the flock to the backside of the desert and came to the mountain of God, even to Horeb. And the angel of the Lord appeared unto him in a flame of fire out of the midst of a bush. And he looked, and behold, the bush burned with fire, and the bush was not consumed. And Moses said, I will not turn aside and see this great sight, why the bush is not burned. And when the Lord saw that he turned aside to see, God called unto him out of the midst of the bush and said, Moses, Moses. And he said, Here I am. And he said, Draw not hither, put off thy shoes from off thy feet, for the place whereon thou stand is holy ground.
Now we see here in Exodus chapter 3, verse 1-5, that the Most High, holy God, established a holy area. Prior to the burning bush's presence, that area would not have been considered holy. But because the burning bush was there, which God obviously being in the burning bush, that zone, that holy area was established as holy, which is why Moses was told to take his shoes off. Because as verse 5 says, for the place whereon thou standest is holy ground. A holy God makes holy ground, right? Next example, Kel, read Joshua 5, verses 13 and 15 for me.
This is Joshua 5 and verses 13. And it reads, and it came to pass when Joshua was by Jericho that he lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, there stood a man over against him with his sword drawn in his hand. And Joshua went unto him and said unto him, art thou for us or for our adversaries? Verse 14. And he said, nay, but as captain of the host of the Lord am I now come. And Joshua fell on his face to the earth and did worship and said unto him, what saith my Lord unto his servant? And the captain of the Lord's host said unto Joshua, loose thy shoe from off thy foot, for the place whereon thou standest is holy. And Joshua did so.
Now, we have yet another example of holy ground being established by a holy entity. You do not have a holy ground without the presence of a holy entity. And this is Joshua now. We saw the example with Moses back in Exodus when the burning bush was there, holy zone got established, holy area got established. And Moses was told, hey, take your shoes off. The ground on which thou stand is holy. Joshua was told the same thing. Coincidence? I think not. Moving along, Exodus chapter 19, Kel, read 19 through 15.
Exodus 19 and 9. And it reads, and the Lord said unto Moses, lo, I come unto thee in a thick cloud, that the people may hear when I speak with thee, and believe thee forever. And Moses told the words of the people unto the Lord. And the Lord said unto Moses, go unto the people, and sanctify them today and tomorrow, and let them wash their clothes, and be ready against the third day. For the third day the Lord will come down in the sight of all people unto Mount Sinai, my bad. I don't know why I can say that. Verse 12, and thou shalt set bonds unto the people round about, saying, take heed to yourself, that ye go not up into the mountain, or touch the borders of it. Whosoever toucheth the mount shall be surely put to death. Verse 13, there shall not an hand touch it, but he shall surely be stoned, or shot through. Whether it be beast or man, it shall not live. When the trumpet soundeth long, they shall come up to the mount. And Moses went down from the mount unto the people, and sanctified the people, and they washed their clothes. Verse 15, and he said unto the people, be ready against the third day, come not at your wives.
Now, there's a lot of juicy stuff into this chapter or into this section, which is why I wanted to include it. First, this is thus far in the narrative, this is the biggest holy zone or holy area that the Most High God established, right? We know Mount Sinai is holy, but Mount Sinai it isn't holy in and of itself. It's holy because of the presence of a holy God. Holy, holy, holy is the Lord, right? And when the Lord told Moses to tell the people to be ready, as it says in verse 10, the Lord said unto Moses, go unto the people and sanctify them today and tomorrow, and let them wash their clothes. Washing one's clothes is part of the sanctification or the purity process. You cannot even begin to approach a holy area if you are first not washed, right? But then, as it says in verse 12, it's later stated that the Israelites were to take heed to themselves, that they go not up into the mount or touch the border of it. Whosoever toucheth the mount shall be surely put to death. Now, what's interesting here is Moses told them this after telling them to wash themselves. So that lets us know that even when you wash yourself, you still may not be able to enter a holy area because there's levels to this game. There's you can have a holy area level 1, holy area level 2, holy area level 3. And then it doesn't, and then there's holy areas. It don't matter how many times you wash yourself at all. You can't come through. It's too holy for you. Right? So the Most High was telling him, hey, listen, once you wash yourself, be mindful not to approach the mount, because if you do, you will die. And as we'll see throughout this entire season, holiness is dangerous, like literally dangerous, like for real dangerous, like shot in the head dangerous, right? So moving along, Kel, read for me Exodus chapter 25, verses 1 through 2, and then I want you to skip and read verses 8 and 9.
This is Exodus 25 and verse 1. And it reads, And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, that they bring me an offering. Of every man that giveth it willingly with his heart, ye shall take my offering. Verse 8. And it reads, And let them make me a sanctuary, that I may dwell among them, according to all that I showed thee, after the pattern of the tabernacle, and the pattern of all the instruments thereof, even so shall ye make it.
So we see here in Exodus chapter 25, right, specifically verse 8, that Moses was told by a holy God that he wanted the Israelites to make him a sanctuary so that he may dwell among them. Right? So we just saw when we were in Exodus chapter 3, the burning bush established a micro holy area. Mm-hmm. And Moses was not allowed to step into that area with his shoes on. Gotta get your shoes off. Then same thing occurred with Joshua. Hey, micro holy area got established. Joshua, I need you to take your shoes off. You're in holy ground. Then a larger holy area got established, which required more rules. So taking your shoes off at the Mount Sinai holy area is not enough. I need your people to wash themselves. Then I need you to not have sex with your wives. Then when you do those two things, still don't come to my, you will die. Stay back. The area is too holy for you. Now, Moses was given authorization. See, God can give authorization to anybody to enter a holy area, but it's by his discretion. If God permits you to enter a holy area, if he gives you authorization, then you may enter. But if he has not given you authorization, stay back, because the holy zone will kill you, like literally, right? Now, let's head over to Numbers 5, and Cal, I want you to read verses 1 through 4 for me.
Numbers 5 and verse 1, and it reads, And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they put out of the camp every leopard, and every one that have an issue, and whosoever is defiled by the dead. Both male and female shall ye put out. Without the camp shall ye put them, that they defile not their camps, in the midst whereof I dwell. Verse 4. And the children of Israel did so, and put them out without the camp. As the Lord spake unto Moses, so did the children of Israel.
Now, we just read in Exodus 25 that God told Moses, make me a sanctuary that I may dwell among them. Mm-hmm. Now that the Most High in Numbers chapter 5 is dwelling with the Israelites, check out the rules now of the zone. Verse 2, command the children of Israel that they put out of the camp every leper and everyone that hath an issue, and whosoever is defiled by the dead. These conditions render one unclean. render one unholy. You can't go to a holy God in an unclean state because the holiness will literally kill you. Right? So what were they told to do? Verse 3, both male and female shall ye put out. Out where? Outside the camp, because the holy zone was established within the camp. It was not outside the borders of the camp. Keep that principle, keep that insight in mind, because that's going to come up later, right? Notice it wasn't like the whole of the whole Sinai Peninsula was holy. What was holy was the camp. So when leopards started showing up, right, and people with issues started showing up, and folks were defiled by touching dead bodies, they were told to exit the camp, exit the holy zone. Why? Because God was in the midst of the holy zone. Why? Because a holy God, holy, 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 establishes a holy zone. You understand what I'm saying? So fortunately, the children of Israel, as Kel read in verse 4, did what the Most High told them. They put the people outside the camp, and then the people ended up going through their cleanliness process. Although it's not stated explicitly here, we know that's in fact the case because at some point they were allowed to re-enter the camp. But you can only re-enter the camp clean. Moving along, Deuteronomy chapter 23, Kel, read 9 through 14. We're going to read about the soldiers.
This is Deuteronomy 23 and verse 9, and it reads, when the host goeth forth against thine enemies, then keep thee from every wicked thing. If there be among you any man that is not clean by reason of uncleanness, that chanteth him by night, then shall he go abroad out of the camp. He shall not come within the camp. But it shall be when evening cometh on, he shall wash himself with water. And when the sun is down, he shall come into the camp again. Verse 12. Thou shalt have a place also without the camp, whither thou shalt go forth abroad. And thou shalt have a paddle upon thy weapon, and it shall be when thou wilt ease thyself abroad, thou shalt dig therewith, and thou shalt turn back and cover that which cometh from thee. Verse 14. For the Lord thy God walketh in the midst of thy camp to deliver thee, and to give up thine enemies before thee. Therefore shall thy camp be holy, that he see no unclean thing in thee, turn away from thee.
Holy, holy, holy is the Lord. And as we see here in this example, in reference to soldiers primarily, there were rules you had to follow in a holy zone, y'all.
Right.
You couldn't approach a holy zone, however. And you personally cannot establish a holy zone because you're not holy. Most High God is holy, holy, holy. He establishes the holy areas. And as we see here, what did God require of the tabernacle holy area? Because when they were at Sinai, he didn't even allow the common people to approach Sinai. Didn't matter, again, how much you cleaned yourself, didn't matter how much you stayed away from sleeping with your wife, you were not allowed to approach that holy zone. But the rules were a little bit more lax within the temple or the tabernacle holy zone. The soldiers had to wash themselves. Hey, if you're unclean, stay outside the camp, right? And as verse 11 says, but it shall be when evening come, he shall wash himself with water. And when the sun is down, he shall come into the camp again. Now, this is another thing. File this in the back of your mind. It says when the sun is down, what you're going to find is time plays a huge role in the purification process. And the timing and the washing and other rituals are all related to holy zones. These are system rules. We're going to continue on. Point number 3, Dustborns, contamination. Impurity is not neutral. It spreads. It moves from person to object, from object to place. Once it begins, it does not stop on its own. Exhibit C. Kel, read for me Haggai chapter 2, verses 10 through 14. We're going to learn more about contamination, Dustborns.
This is Haggai chapter 2, verse 10, and it reads, "In the 4th and 20th day of the 9th month, in the 2nd year of Darius, came the word of the Lord by Haggai the prophet, saying, Thus says the Lord of hosts, ask now the priest concerning the law, saying, If one bear holy flesh in the skirt of his garment, and with his skirt do touch bread, or pottage, or wine, or oil, or any meat, shall it be holy? And the priest answered and said, No. Then said Haggai, If one that is unclean by a dead body touch any of these, shall it be unclean? And the priest answered and said, It shall be unclean. Verse 14. Then answered Haggai and said, So is this people, and so is this nation before me, saith the Lord, and so is every work of their hands, that which they offer, there is unclean.
So what we're learning about contamination from the priests is that contamination spreads. You touch one thing, that's unclean. And then you touch another, now that is unclean. And if that touches something else, then that becomes unclean. So on and so forth. So the priests were they were very aware of making sure that the purity rules got followed, because it wasn't enough to just clean yourself. You had to be mindful, okay, well, what did I touch? Who did I touch? Right? Because if I touch something unclean and I touch somebody and I made them unclean unbeknownst to them, and then they entered the temple grounds, then it's kill time. Kill zone. A holy zone is a kill zone. It's God's kill zone. That's why purity and contamination was of the utmost importance. It wasn't simply because, I'm just trying to be so morally correct and I don't want to, at least metaphorically be unclean and, upset my God. No, it's if you're contaminated and you step into my zone, I will kill you. Literally, you die. Holy zone is a kill zone. Ezekiel chapter 22, read 17 and 18, Kel, and then skip to 23 and 26. Sure. I'm sorry, skip to 23 through 26.
Yeah. This is Ezekiel 22 and verse 17. And it reads, And the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Son of man, the house of Israel is to me become dross. All they are brass and tin and iron and lead in the midst of the furnace. There are even the dross of silver. Verse 23. And the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Son of man, say unto her, Thou art the land that is not cleansed, nor rained upon in the day of indignation. There is a conspiracy of her prophets in the midst thereof, like a roaring lion, raving the prey. They have devoured souls. They have taken the treasure and precious things. They have made her many widows in the midst thereof. Verse 26, And it reads, her priests have violated my law and have profaned mine holy things. They have put no difference between the holy and profane. Neither have they showed difference between the unclean and the clean, and have hid their eyes from my Sabbaths, and I am profaned among them.
So we all understand that, because this is for context for those that might not be aware. Ezekiel's in the midst of Babylon. He's been brought via captivity, and being a prophet of God, God is talking to him within the boundaries of Babylon, but yet the temple was still present and active, at least for a short time. And in the midst of that environment, the Most High is telling Ezekiel that the priests have violated his law. And they violated in a number of ways, but what I want to target here is the fact that what they violated was the fact that they profaned his holy things. They put no difference between the holy and the profane. Now, why is this key? Because as we know, in the tabernacle, you had real deal holy objects. Because even though a holy God can and does establish holy zones, a holy God also establishes holy objects, either within that holy zone or outside of it. An object can be touched by God, and that becomes holy. And if you mishandle a holy object, you have treated it as profane. You have treated it as common. And that was a great sin that the priests committed, is treating holy objects or holy areas as common objects or common areas. It's like you treat the things of the temple like you treat whatever is outside the tabernacle or outside the temple perimeter, right? God had a big problem with this because he takes holiness seriously, so serious that he will kill and has killed over this. Continuing on. In this commercial, now Dustborns, when no distinction is made between holy and the profane, the consequences can be fatal. The master has provided cautionary tales for us to learn from. Cautionary tale, example number 1, 1 Samuel 6 through 19, or chapter 6, Kel. I want you to read verses 19 through 20, through 21, and then skip. I'm going to have you skip to chapter 7 and read verse 1 and 2.
Yes, sir. This is 1 Samuel chapter 6 and verse 19. And it reads, and he smote the men of Beth-shemeth because they had looked into the ark of the Lord. Even he smote of the people 50,000 and threescore and 10 men. And the people lamented because the Lord has smitten many of the people with a great slaughter. And the men of Beth-shemeth said, who is able to stand before this holy Lord God? And to whom shall he go up from us? Verse 21. And they sent messengers to the inhabitants of Kirjarim, saying, the Philistines have brought again the ark of the Lord. Come ye down and fetch it up to you. 1 Samuel 7, verse 1. And the men of Kirjarim came and fetched up the ark of the Lord and brought it into the house of Abinadab in the hill, and sanctified Eleazar his son to keep the ark of the Lord. And it came to pass, while the ark abode in Kirjarim, that the time was long, for it was 20 years, and all the house of Israel lamented after the Lord.
Now, the reason why I wanted to come here is because cautionary tale number 1 in our commercial highlights people who tried to treat that which was holy as profane, as common. Well, Kevin, what did they do? All they did was look. All they did was look in the ark. Yeah, not supposed to, fool. You are unclean. You are common. You are impure. How dare you approach a holy object and think you have the right, the authorization to touch it? The 50,000 people got killed. They entered a kill zone. They entered the holy zone, and they left this earth. Their souls departed because of curiosity. Curiosity because they thought they could. Let me just get a little peek into the ark. You had Levites that were not authorized to do that. Matter of fact, nobody could peek into the ark. They got destroyed, kill zone. And what I find interesting is after suffering mass death, the survivors, the men of Beth Shemesh, said in verse 20, who is able to stand before this holy Lord God? Right. That's not metaphorical. That's literal. He just killed 50,000 people because of curiosity. And the survivors are like, hey, man, this holy zone, this holy object, I'm not trying to die like this, dude. Nope. Get this thing up out of here. So that's why when Kel read verses 1 and 2, or really, verses 1 and 2, we learned that it went from where Abinadab was to elsewhere. But I want to get ahead of myself. Let's read 2 Samuel, Kel, chapter 6, and I want you to read verses verses 1 through 7. Because this is now the 20 years later. We're gonna see what happened to the ark 20 years after it was initially brought to Abinadab's house. Go ahead, Kel, read when you're ready.
Yep. This is 2 Samuel, chapter 6, and verse 1. Again, David gathered together all the chosen men of Israel, 30,000. And David arose and went with all the people that were with him from Baal of Judah to bring up from thence the ark of God, whose name is called by the name of the Lord of hosts that dwell between the cherubims. And they set the ark of God upon a new cart, and brought it out the house of Abinadab that was in Gilib. And Uzziah and Iho, the son of Abinadab, drave the new cart. Verse 4. And they brought it out the house of Abinadab, which was in Gibeah, accompanying the ark of God, and Aho went before the ark. Verse 5. And David and all the house of Israel played before the Lord on all manner of the instruments made of fir wood, even on harps, and on plasters, and on timber rails, and on cornets, and on cymbals. Verse 6. And when they came to Natron's trusting floor, Uzziah put forth his hand to the ark of God and took hold of it, for the oxen shook it. Verse 7. And the anger of the Lord was kindled against Uzziah, and God smote him there for his error. And there he died by the ark of God.
Emphasis on the word error, as in mistake, as in not it wasn't intentional, it was inadvertent. Anybody can, from a human perspective, sympathize with Uzzah. Like, well, hold up, he was just trying to, he inadvertently touched the ark. He was just trying to steady it because the ox shook it. He didn't want it to fall. So, he put his hands on it. You are unholy. You are unholy. And a holy God will kill you if you enter his holy zone ill prepared. God does not play holy zone. They understood the impact. They understood the rules. Uzzah should have let the ark fall on the floor. And then Uzzah should have let some Levites who were authorized to handle the ark pick it back up. Uzzah took it upon himself to treat the ark as common, because that's the type of stuff you do with like, you know, Chinaware that's just getting ready to fall off the ledge. Let me steady it. This box in this warehouse is about to fall. Let me steady it. He treated the ark like that. He treated the ark as common. And as verse 7 says, and the anger of the Lord was kindled against him. God struck him dead. Kill zone. Holy zone is a kill zone. Moving on. 2 Chronicles chapter 26. Kel, read verses 1 through 4. And then I'm going to have you skip and read 16 through 21.
This is 2 Chronicles 26 and verse 1. Then all the people of Judah took Uzziah, who was 16 years old, and made him king in the room of his father, Amaziah. And he built Ethel, and restored it to Judah, after that the king slept with his fathers. 16 years old was Uzziah, when he began to reign. And when he reigned 52 years in Jerusalem, his mother's name was also Jecoliah of Jerusalem. And he did that which was right in the sight of the Lord, according to all that his father Amaziah did. Skip down, go to verse 16. And it reads, 2 Chronicles 26:16. But when he was strong, his heart was lifted up to his destruction, for he transgressed against the Lord his God, and went into the temple of the Lord to burn incense upon the altar of incense. Verse 17. And Azariah the priest went in after him, and with fourscore priests of the Lord that were valiant men. Verse 18. And they withstood Uzziah the king, and said unto him, It apprentice not unto thee, Uzziah, to burn incense unto the Lord, but to the priests, the sons of Aaron, that are consecrated to burn incense. Go out of the sanctuary, for thou hast trespassed, neither shall it be for thine honor from the Lord God.
King Uzziah, who, by the way, was regarded as a righteous king, as we see in verse 4.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he was righteous, then he got a big head, as we read in verse 16. Right. But what I find interesting is this traditionally, normally righteous king, right, thought in his mind that he could, because I'm righteous, well, why can't I also go into the temple? All I want to do is honor God. What's wrong with me honoring God? Well, Priest Azariah, you light the incense, but I want to light the incense too. We both want to honor God. What's the problem? Sound like a lot of people today. Right. Taking system rules and trying to apply them outside of context, outside the system. Now, in this case, the system was functioning, right? But King Uzziah decided not to follow protocol, i.e., a set of rules. And within that set of rules, it is specified that you, unless you are a priest, are not to enter the temple of the Lord. Infraction number 1. King Uzziah, not being a Levite, being of the tribe of Judah, thought he can enter the temple. What are you doing? Then he thought he could go into the holy place and light incense. What are you doing?
Right.
He's fortunate. The only thing, and I say only thing that happened to him was God striking him with leprosy.
Yep.
He was already doing things or treating the holy as profane, right? But then when he got hit with the leprosy, oh, now you are really unclean. You better get up out of here, because the next move might have been striking him dead. Leprosy is no joke. And you showing up to a holy zone as a leper, that's a phenomenal way to get yourself killed. But caught yet again, another cautionary tale. Okay, you already read. Did you read? Yeah, did you read 19 through? No, read 19 through 21. Yeah, I had you read 19 through 16 through 18. Read, just to finish it out. Read 19 through 21.
Oh, I was supposed to read that. My bad.
No, it's no problem. It's on my screen. I didn't have it, but yeah, read 19.
Oh, okay. This is 2 Chronicles 26:19. Then Uzziah was wroth and had a censer in his hand to burn incense. And while he was wroth with the priest, the leprosy even rose up in his forehead before the priest in the house of the Lord from beside the incense altar. Verse 20. And Azariah, the chief priest, and all the priests looked upon him, and behold, he was leprous in his forehead, and they thrust him out from thence. Yeah, himself hasted also to go out, because the Lord has smitten him. And Uzziah the king was a leper until the day of his death, and dwelled in a several house, being a leper, for he was cut off from the house of the Lord. And Joram, his son, was over the king's house, judging the people of the land.
Now, what's so interesting about these verses, particularly verse 21, is that Uzziah was a leper until the day of his death, meaning he was not ever again allowed to enter temple grounds.
Right.
Like, because again, the only way you can enter temple grounds is if you're in a clean state. Because of the move he pulled, there was no saving this man from his condition. So God hit him up with leprosy for life, basically saying, don't ever darken my doorstep physically again. And that's why it says in verse 21, being a leper, for he was cut off from the house of the Lord. Like, literally cut off. That's not metaphorical. He could not approach the house of the Lord, because again, you approach the house of the Lord, which is a holy zone, in a leprous state, then that holy zone to you becomes a kill zone. So the best move he made, hey, let me not play with God, and let me just stay my behind outside the camp, outside the temple grounds. That way I can live. So moving on, no matter who you are or what your status may be, if you lack authorization to enter a holy zone, do not attempt it. If, however, you have been authorized but become contaminated, there are means to restore your purity. This brings us to our fourth and final point, which is purity reset. Impurity can be removed. Time, cleansing, and sacrifice reset what has been defiled. Exhibit D. Kel, read for me 2 Chronicles 29, 1 through 5, and then skip to 15 and read 16.
This is 2 Chronicles 29, verse 1. And it reads, Hezekiah began to reign when he was 25 years old. And he reigned 29 years in Jerusalem. And his mother's name was Abiah, the daughter of Zechariah. And he did that which was right in the sight of the Lord, according to all that David his father had done. Verse 3. He was in the first year of his reign, in the first month, opened the doors of the house of the Lord and repaired them. And he brought in the priests and the Levites and gathered them together into the east street. And he said unto them, Hear me, ye Levites, sanctify now yourselves, and sanctify the house of the Lord God of your fathers, and carry forth the filthiness out of the holy place. 15. And it reads, And they gathered their brethren, and sanctified themselves, and came according to the commandment of the king by the words of the Lord, to cleanse the house of the Lord. And the priest went into the inner part of the house of the Lord to cleanse it, and brought out all the uncleanness that they found in the temple of the Lord into the court of the house of the Lord. And the Levites took it to carry it out abroad into the brook Kidron.
Our God is holy, 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 but he is also merciful, merciful, merciful. He understood we as people. And really, if I'm sticking in the context, them back in ancient Israel would do things to contaminate themselves. So he provided a way for a purity reset. And as we read here in 2 Chronicles 29, right, part of that process was, hey, you need to cleanse yourself. If you want to serve and have this temple function the way that it needs to, need to cleanse it. Or as verse 15 says, sanctify yourself. And this was all according to the word of Hezekiah, because being a righteous king, as we read in verse 5, it says, and said unto them, Hear me, ye Levites, sanctify now yourselves, i.e. cleanse yourself, and sanctify the house of the Lord God of your fathers, and carry out all the filthiness of the holy place. So they did what the king asked them, and they were wise to do so, because if God's holy area is filled with filthiness, then that place becomes a ticking time bomb. Well, Kevin, what do you mean by that? It's only a matter of time before God turns that holy zone into a kill zone. He doesn't do it depending on the circumstances. He'll be merciful. Mm-hmm. He'll have grace. But if these guys did not clean his temple and clean themselves, ruin was in their future. So right. Righteous people did righteous things, cleanse themselves, cleanse the temple. That way they can function properly as priests, as Levites in the holy zone, and not have it morph into a kill zone for them, right? So Nehemiah 12, 26, Kel, I'm gonna have you read Nehemiah chapter 12 and 26 through 30. And I think this is the last one for this section.
Okay. This is Nehemiah 12 and verse 26. And it reads, These were the days of Joachim, the son of Jeshu, the son of Jozabad, in the days of Nehemiah the governor, and Azariah the priest, the scribe. Verse 27. And the dedication of the walls of Jerusalem, they sought the Levites out of all their places to bring them to Jerusalem, to keep the dedication with gladness, both with thanksgiving and with singing and with cymbals, pastures, and with harps. Verse 28. And the sons of the singers gathered themselves together, both out of the plain country round about Jerusalem, and from the village of Netopatiah. Verse 29. Also from the house of Gilead, and out of the fields of Jibah and Mazareth, for the singers had built them villages round about Jerusalem. Verse 30. And the priests and the Levites purified themselves, and purified the people and the gates and the wall.
Oh, sorry, I had myself muted. All right, so this is just another example showing in another context, like now we're dealing with post 70 year captivity. Israel, hey, what were they required to do? Okay, now that you're setting up the nation yet again, let's start cleaning up the place. Clean yourselves, purify the others, purify the gates, purify the walls. Everything's getting purified. Why? Because Jerusalem really was supposed to be a holy city. And when you're a holy city, you do holy things. You don't invite impurity, because to invite impurity means to invite a wrathful God. So Nehemiah chapter 12, verses 26 to 30 show another example of how a purity reset occurs, which, praise God, is something that is available for people, because if not, you could never play in a holy zone ever. So, moving on, that concludes this message from the Law Shard Council. Remember, where the Holy Master is present, holiness follows, setting the purity standard for the area. Contamination spreads when boundaries are ignored, and only a proper reset can restore sanctity. These three principles, or really four, uphold the integrity of the dwelling, and they will shape everything that comes next. And we're back. Framework Blindness episode 1 continues. The chamber's heavy doors groaned open, and Lena's parents rushed inside. Their faces were tight with worry, voices sharp with reprimand before they even reached her. Lena, her mother cried, her voice quivering with both relief and fury. You have any idea what you've done? Her father's words struck harder. Special zone number 1 of all places? Do you know what that means? That ground is sacred. Even priests would not dare approach it, let alone children sneaking about. Lena shifted uncomfortably but shot back, her cheeks hot. We weren't trying to go inside. We just wanted to see if the stories about the Sentinel were true. A zone security officer stepped forward, his boots echoing against the chamber floor. Rick Calder's Special Zones Perimeter Division, he said evenly before his gaze slid to Lena's father. A flicker of recognition softened his expression. Commander Thane, sir. He gave a respectful nod. Lena's father squared his shoulders, visibly torn between shame and authority. Calder turned back to the children, his voice carrying the steel of duty. You may think this was harmless, but you were dangerously close to the restricted threshold. He let the weight of his words hang in the air before continuing. Understand this. The restricted area itself is holy ground, untouched since the earliest settlers. No one crosses that threshold, not even priests. But around every restricted area, the council has drawn a protective boundary. That's where you two were caught. It isn't holy ground, but it's dangerous because of how close it runs to what is. We guard that perimeter to preserve both the sanctity of the zone and the safety of those foolish enough to wander near. Lena swallowed, her earlier defiance fading into unease. Calder's tone shifted, a deliberate lowering of guard. Normally, the punishment for breaching that perimeter would be severe. But I cannot forget the man who trained me, nor ignore his service. For that reason, and because you never stepped across the consecrated line itself, the council will extend mercy. His eyes narrowed on Lena and Soren. You will join our crews in maintaining those very boundaries. Cleaning, checking sensors, reinforcing barriers. You'll see firsthand how thin the line is between safety and violation. Perhaps then you'll think twice before testing it again. Lena's parents exchanged a glance, stern, but quickly relieved. For all the teenager's recklessness, the sentence was merciful compared to what it might have been. Episode 1 end. All right, so before we move on to episode 2, y'all, I'm gonna get some water. But yeah, we'll be back soon to watch episode 2. Just give me a sec. All right, I'm back. We got Kev. Oh, I thought we had I don't know why I thought Kev J was back. All right, let's see here. Am I still sharing? Yeah, let me stop sharing for a minute. All right. So as y'all see, we're gonna move on to episode 2. Got my screen pulled up. Let's see here. Oh. All right. Can everybody see the screen?
Yeah, we can see it.
All right, cool. Cool. All right. Let's get started. Let me just do this a little bit. All right, there we go. Had to fit it to my screen. All right. So we begin with a quote. They call it an honor, but for some, it is. Tovin Elric, Temple Grounds Priest Station Year 3098. Episode 2, Silent Walls. Date, Levix 09, Station Year 4070. The tram glided to a halt at the plated concourse of the temple grounds. Tobias Archer and his son stepped off, their boots clanging softly against the metal surface. For the first time in their lives, they faced the consecration bay itself, its walls rising like silver cliffs, unbroken and quiet, charged with expectation. Tobias drew a slow breath, the weight of 70 silent years pressing on his chest. Neither he nor his sons had ever seen this place, yet each felt the unmistakable pull of the Lost Shard's summons. For decades, the temple grounds had been sealed by the zone relocation sequence, the station's unyielding process that swept every household from the numbered zones into the alphabet zones. The old districts lay empty as decontamination systems scoured their streets. Entire generations, including Tobias, Zell, and Kai, had been born and raised in those alphabet zones, with only records and stories to remind them of a temple they had never touched. 2 months ago, the sequence completed, and for the first time in 70 years, the way back was open. The trio entered the consecration bay and walked to a nearby terminal. Tobias approached first. The display activated at his touch. He pressed protocol, priest, option, high priest. The choice locked into the system. His Lost Shard surged, anchoring the decision. There was no reversal, no retreat from a role written before his birth. He stepped aside. Zell followed, jaw set, selecting protocol, priest, option, priest. His shard steadied him, though he glanced at his father with awe and fear. Kai, less certain but unwilling to falter, chose the same, priest. As soon as their selections registered, a small hover car nearby activated. Its chassis lifted smoothly, guided by the Lost Shards. Tobias and his son stepped in, and the vehicle glided silently along the illuminated path projected by their Lost Shards, carrying them directly to a sealed chamber where the consecration protocols would be executed. The chamber doors parted, releasing a controlled steam of air tinged with faint metallic traces of consecration oils. Tobias entered first, the high priest's mantle already heavy upon his shoulders. His sons flanked him, bearing their lesser callings with quiet resolve. The doors sealed behind them, and the consecration protocol stirred awake. We'll be back after these messages. This episode of Framework Blindness is brought to you by the Lost Shard Council, Central Department of Purity and Contamination Control, protecting dwelling integrity since Station Year 01. Hi there. I'm Adrian Locke, and to my right is Kel Jefferson. We're with the Lost Shard Council. The Master has established protocols to govern purity and prevent contamination. Each protocol serves as a unique purpose. Up next, we'll examine the one that's featured in this episode. The Priest Consecration Protocol. Purpose. What's the purpose of this protocol? The purpose of the Purity Machine's Priest Consecration Protocol is to ready each candidate for sacred service within the temple grounds. Exhibit A. Kel, if you would, read Exodus 30 and 30.
This is Exodus 30 and verse 30. And it reads, "And thou shalt anoint Aaron and his sons, and consecrate them, that they may minister unto me in the priest office."
So verse 30 we see clearly establishes what the purpose of the consecration is.
Right.
And thou shalt anoint Aaron and his sons and consecrate them. Why? That they may minister unto me in the priest office. Moving on. What key components are needed to run this protocol? Well, you need priest candidates, you need priest clothing, you need offerings, you need the temple grounds as an establishment, and that temple ground has to be on prime territory, or as what it represents, Israel, right? Nation, land of Israel.
Right.
What are the rules of this protocol? Step 1, assemble the congregation. Step 2, perform ritual washing. 3, fit high priest with clothes. Step 4, anoint tabernacle and high priest. Step 5, fit the priest with clothes. Step 6, offer a sin offering. Step 7, offer a burnt offering. Step 8, offer an ordination offering. Step 9, anoint priests with blood and oil. And then finally, in this protocol, step 10, the priest must go through a 7-day waiting period in order to be fully consecrated. So execute each step above to complete the priest protocol. It's the only way to do it. So to recap, this protocol ensures that priest candidates are ready for sacred service within the temple grounds. Well, that concludes this message from the Lost Shard Council. Stay safe out there, and always remember, purity is paramount. And we're back. Framework Blindness episode 2 continues. Step 1, assembly. The chamber walls pulsed with light as the mechanism engaged. Holographic projections of elders and households shimmered into being, encircling Tobias, Zell, and Kai. The Lost Shard voices echoed. Assemble all the congregations at the entrance. Episode pause. Now, I'm going to use these episode paused slides as a way for me to just speak freely. And the idea being is we're all watching this TV show together. And, inevitably somebody going to pause because we got to pause to talk about what we're seeing. So this is an episode pause. And what we just saw was Tobias, Zell, and Kai executing the first step of the consecration, or specifically the priest consecration protocol, right? And that first step, assembly, is based on Leviticus chapter 8, verse 1 through 5. Kel, please read that.
This is Leviticus chapter 8 and verse 1, and it reads, "And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Take Aaron and his sons with him, and the garments and the anointing oil, and a bullock for the sin offering, and 2 rams and a basket of unleavened bread. And gather thou all the congregation together unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And Moses did as the Lord commanded him. And the assembly was gathered together unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And Moses said unto the congregation, This is the thing which the Lord commanded to be done."
All right. So we got the first step down. We see that the assembly has been called. That's the first step of the purity, or that's the first step of this particular protocol within the purity system. Now let's take a look at the second step. Gonna unpause the episode. All right. Step 2, ritual washing. Basins emerged from the floor, filling with clear water. Mechanical arms guided the trio through the washing sequence, cleansing them head to toe before retracting. Episode paused. What step is in reference here? Ritual washing, and what is it linked to? Leviticus 8 and 6. Kel, read that for me.
It's Leviticus 8 and 6, and it reads, "And Moses brought Aaron and his sons and washed them with water."
All right, so that's step 2. First step was the assembly. Remember, this is a protocol. A protocol is a series of rules that must happen sequentially, right, in order for some task to be accomplished, right? So we're going through the priest consecration protocol, and the priest consecration protocol is really a part of the purity machine or the purity system, because as we saw in the commercial break, this is what priests need to do in order to be clean to serve. So again, the purpose of this protocol is to make sure that priests are clean so they may serve properly in the holy place or in the temple, right? Moving on. Step 3, high priest clothes. Robotic arms extended a set of sacred garments to Tobias: the tunic, the robe, the ephod, and breastpiece. One by one, they were fitted to him. A diadem was set upon his head, marking him as high priest. All right, so read Leviticus 8, 7 through 9, Kel.
It's Leviticus 8 and verse 7, and it reads, "And he put upon him the coat, and girdled him with the girdle, and clothed him with the robe, and put the ephod upon him, and he girdled him with the curious girdle of the ephod, and bound it unto him therewith. And he put the breastplate upon him. Also he put in the breastplate the Urim, and the Thummim. Thummim. Verse 9. And he put the mitzri upon his head, also upon the mitzri, even upon his forefront, did he put the golden plate, the holy crown, as the Lord commanded Moses."
All right, so step 3. Now what's happening? The high priest is being clothed. We started with the assembly, then we went to, what was the second step? There was a ritual washing, and then now that step 1 and step 2 are complete, high priest getting clothed has also been completed. Step 4, anoint tabernacle and high priest. The chamber post, initially initiating a sync with the temple bay. Across the distance, temple mechanisms anointed their own structures with oil. Within the chamber, a nozzle extended overhead, releasing oil onto Tobias' head. It streamed down his garments, consecrating him for service. So step 4 is in reference to Leviticus chapter 8, verse 10 and 12. Kel, please read those 2 verses.
This is Leviticus 8 and verse 10, and it reads, "And Moses took the anointing oil and anointed the tabernacle and all that was therein, and sanctified them." Verse 11, "And he sprinkled thereof upon the altar 7 times, and anointed the altar and all his vessels, both the laver and his foot, to sanctify. And he poured of the anointing oil upon Aaron's head, and anointed him to sanctify him."
So the chamber within, again, because we're within the consecration bay, right, which is in central zone, and in this particular chamber now we're in 4th step, and the chamber mechanisms have now anointed the high priest, and they synced with the temple bay to get it to anoint the tabernacle. And the idea being here is, again, everything is allegorical. One has to purify themselves outside the temple grounds. So the consecration in and of itself isn't going to start and end outside the temple grounds. There's going to be some overlap. So what we see here within this allegory is, once the priests, once they got to the step where the tabernacle had to be anointed, the chamber that these three were in is connecting with it, right? Just to kind of visualize this particular point. But moving on, step 5, priest clothes. The chamber's dressing mechanism activated once more, presenting the garments and clothing Zel and Kai piece by piece. Their tunics, sashes, and caps were arranged properly, marking them as priests under the high priest's charge. So step 5 connects with Leviticus chapter 8, verse 13. Read that for me, Kel.
Leviticus 8 and 13, and it reads, and Moses brought Aaron's son and put coats upon them, and girdled them with girdles, and put bonnets upon them, as the Lord commanded Moses.
Got it. And the word is girdle. Is girdle, not griddle.
Girdle.
So
my bad. Yeah.
No worries, dude. No worries. But yeah, so we got step 5. We got step 5 down. We're halfway through the protocol, right? Moving on. Step 6, sin offering. The teleportation platform glowed, materializing a young bull. A surgical arm swiftly dispatched it, and the blood was collected. Through conduits, the blood was carried to the grand altar in the offering bay and applied to its horns. The carcass was then taken away through disposable channels as prescribed. Right? So what's going on here? Right? Step 6 is in reference to Leviticus chapter 8, verse 14 through 17. Kel, read that. Gonna learn a little bit about the sin offering as it relates to the consecration process or consecration protocol. So read those 2 verses for me.
Leviticus 8 and 14, and it reads, and he brought the bullock for the sin offering. Aaron and his sons laid their hands upon the head of the bullock for the sin offering, and he slew it. Moses took the blood and put it upon the horns of the altar round about with his finger, purified the altar, and poured the blood out the bottom of the altar and sanctified it, and make reconciliation upon it. Verse 16, and he took all the fat that was upon the inwards in the cow above the liver, and 2 kidneys, and their fat, and Moses burned it upon the altar. Verse 17, but the bullock and his hide, his flesh, and his dung, he burnt with fire without the camp, as the Lord commanded Moses.
All right. So as we see here in Leviticus chapter 6 or whatever, we get the full breakdown of how a sin offering is to be presented. Purpose of this class isn't to dive into the offering system, but what I want to highlight here is the fact that even in the midst of these 3 individuals going through the consecration, the priest consecration protocol, other systems still need to be called upon, because in order for the priest consecration protocol that's within the purity system to run properly, it requires the offering system to be up and active. If the offering system is not up and active, then when they get to step 6, can't be done. System stalls, can't proceed, can't be consecrated. Hence the overlap. So we see here in this environment, everything is working as prescribed, as commanded. So when it came time for the consecration, for the consecration of these priests to offer the sin offering, because the offering system is still online, they're able to complete step 6 and move on to step 7, which is another offering, the burnt offering. The platform flared again, summoning a ram. It was killed, its blood drained, and its parts conveyed by conduits to the grand altar in the offering bay. The carcass was shifted onto a transport plate, which slid into the altar's fire system to be consumed entirely. Tobias, Zell, and Kai watched silently as the covenant was fulfilled. Now, different protocol for a burnt offering, which is why the chamber mechanism handled it differently than it did the sin offering. But Kel, just so that we can see how step 7 of this episode connects to the Bible, read Leviticus chapter 8, verses 18 through 21 for me, please.
Sir, Leviticus 8 and 18, and it reads, "And he brought the ram for the burnt offering. Aaron and his sons laid their hands upon the head of the ram, and he killed it. And Moses sprinkled the blood upon the altar round about. And he cut the ram into pieces. And Moses burnt the head and the pieces and the fat." 21. "And he washed the inwards and the legs in water. And Moses burnt the whole ram upon the altar. It was a burnt sacrifice for a sweet savior, and an offering made by fire unto the Lord, as the Lord commanded Moses."
Right? So we see that, now we see what happened or what needed to happen with step 7. Burnt offering was provided. Moving on to step 8, which is the ordination offering. This time, the teleportation platform manifested multiple offerings, animals and grain portions for ordination. Tobias laid his hands on each, guided by his law shard, before the chamber dispatched them into their conduits. Portions were routed to the altar fire, while others were reserved for the priest to consume during the waiting period. A soft chime confirmed the offering had been accepted. So, what are we dealing with here? Step 8 is in reference to Leviticus chapter 8, verses 22 through 29. Kel, read those verses for me.
Leviticus 8 and 22. "And he brought the other ram, the ram of
Consecration.
consecration. And Aaron and his sons laid their hands upon the head of the ram, and he slew it. And Moses took of the blood of it, put it upon the tip of Aaron's right ear, and upon the thumb of his right hand, and upon the great toe of his right foot. And he brought Aaron's son, and Moses put of the blood upon the tip of their right ear, and upon the thumb of their right hands, and upon the great toes of their right feet. And Moses sprinkled the blood upon the altar round about. And he took the fat and the rump, and all the fat there was, and all the fat that was upon the inwards, and the cow above the liver, and the 2 kidneys, and their fat, and the right shoulder." Verse 26, "And out of the basket of unleavened bread that was before the Lord, he took 1 unleavened cake, and a cake of oil bread, and 1 wafer, and put them on the fat, and upon the right shoulder. And he put all upon Aaron's hands, and upon his son's hands, and waved them for a wave offering before the Lord. And Moses took them from off their hands, and burnt them on the altar upon the burnt offering. And there were consecrations for a sweet savior. It is an offering made by fire unto the Lord." Verse 29. "And Moses took the breast, and waved it for a wave offering before the Lord. For of the ram of the consecration, it was Moses' part, and as the Lord commanded Moses."
All right, so I'm going to stress this point once again. The last 3 steps, if I'm not mistaken, see here. Yep. Let's see, 6. Yeah, that's what I thought. The last 3 steps, all offerings, right? Again, steps that require the offering system being online.
Right.
Can't complete this protocol without the offering system. So purity system the purity system or the purity machine works with the offering machine. The two are synced. They're on the same network. They talk to each other. If one system goes down, the other won't function properly. That's what we're reading here. When we see, well, wait a minute, he's being consecrated. Why does he need to offer this? Why does he need to offer that? Because that's a rule within the protocol. Protocol meaning, yet again, a set of rules. System meaning things that work together. We're on step 8. We're almost done with this. We have already saw multiple components working in tandem to execute this protocol. We already established the purpose, and we have seen multiple, like I said before, multiple components working together to carry out the rules. So let's move on to step 9 and continue the episode. Anoint with blood and oil. Blood from the altar was sent back to the chamber through the conduits and mixed with oil in calibrated vials. The mixture sprayed over Tobias, Zell, and Kai, coating their garments until they glistened with consecration. Kel, read Leviticus chapter 8, verse 30 for me.
Leviticus 8 and 30, and it reads, Moses took of the anointing oil and of the blood which was upon the altar and sprinkled it upon Aaron and upon his garments and upon his sons and upon his sons' garments with him. Sanctified Aaron and his garments and his sons garments with him.
So again, step 9, anointing oil and blood had to be sprinkled on the high priest, his sons, and all of their garments, right? Last step of this protocol, waiting period. Another teleportation platform stood ready within the chamber. Tobias, Zell, and Kai stepped onto it, along with the reserved portions of the sacrificial offerings. In a shimmer of light, they were transported to a waiting chamber in the temple bay, separate from the holy and most holy chambers. The doors sealed behind them, and their law shards instructed them to remain for 7 days, consuming the sacrificial offerings and reflecting on the covenant statutes. At the close of the 7th day, the chamber doors unsealed. Tobias, Zell, and Kai stepped out, fully consecrated and ready for service. Right? So let's wrap up this protocol, Kel, and read Leviticus chapter 8, verse 31 through 36.
Sir. Leviticus 8 and 31, and it reads, And Moses said unto Aaron and to his sons, Boil the flesh at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and there eat it with the bread that is in the basket of consecrations, as I commanded, saying, Aaron and his sons shall eat it. And that which remaineth of the flesh and of the bread shall ye burn with fire. And ye shall not go out of the door of the tabernacle of the congregation in 7 days, until the days of your consecration be at an end. For 7 days shall he consecrate you. As he has done this day, so the Lord had commanded to do, to make an atonement for you. Therefore shall ye abide at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation day and night 7 days, and keep the charge of the Lord, that ye die not. For so I am commanded. So Aaron and his sons did all things which the Lord commanded by the hands of Moses.
So Kel, what was the reason why, according to Leviticus chapter 8, verse 35, what was the reason why this consecration was so important? What did they prevent from happening by being consecrated?
Death.
Kill zone. Holy zone is a kill zone. If the priest did not consecrate themselves and yet tried to do the job of a priest, they would no longer be breathing. The consecration process was a necessity to authorize them to do the things that God told them to do. Without it, can't have a priesthood.
Right.
Can't have a priesthood. That's why, going back to the cautionary tale of Uzzah, it was such a bad thing that he did. Dude, you went into a sacred space. You were not consecrated. And even if you wanted to be consecrated, you would not be able to be consecrated because you are not a Levite. You are not a priest. You are not from the sons of Aaron. So you can't even follow the proper protocol because the protocol wasn't for you. Episode 2 end. Now, we got use cases. This is a little bit of a new thing that I'm gonna walk you guys through. So what I'm gonna do here, give me a sec here, because I've been talking at y'all, but I want to show you how this stuff all works visually. So give me a sec. I'm just gonna pull up my other document. Oh, I forgot I was already sharing. All right, cool. Didn't even have to do that. All right. So what we see here, this is basically what I've been reading to y'all, right? And first of all, can y'all see my screen clearly?
Can you zoom in a little bit?
Yeah, can you see it? I don't know what y'all are seeing.
Yeah, it's better. It's better.
Okay. Are you able to see anything? Or because I mean, it is going to be cut off, but I wanted to make sure you can actually see.
Yeah, I see. Purity machine, protocol, priest, option,
Okay,
high
cool.
priest,
Yep.
central zone, and system
Perfect.
purpose. Yep.
Perfect. All right. So what this visual representation shows is essentially what we just watched in episode 2, right? And the first use case is in reference to it, where it says, after a 70-year shutdown, Tobias and his sons entered the consecration machine to begin their service in the priesthood. Guided by the law shard, the system performs each required step to lawfully reestablish the priest line. So if this visual, this graphic represents Tobias, Kai, and Zell, like all of these steps represent the protocol that they just went through. So when the system is online, as we see here, then the priest can go through step 1. All can be assembled. They can go through the ritual washing. They can go through the high priest can get his clothes, right? Tabernacle and high priest can get anointed. Priests can receive their clothes. The sin offering can be provided. The burnt offering can be provided, right? The ordination offering can be provided. And then they can all be anointed with blood and oil. And then lastly, they can go through the waiting process because that's the last step in the system. And then after that, they're free to leave. That is the consecration, or specifically the priest consecration system, when it's properly functioning. And as I said before, in order for it to properly function, you need other systems active. Now, here's the thing. Let's take a look at another use case. We have here use case number 2. Zone relocation sequence. At the beginning of episode 2, I referenced this, right? But here's a use case that's surrounding it. Due to contamination, all numbered zones were purged. Remaining residents have successfully entered the alphabet zones. Clearance will be reissued only at sequence completion. So during the zone relocation sequence, when like nothing was online because all of the people in the numbered zones were kicked out, right? The consecration system was offline, couldn't use it. Why, Kevin? Because in order to use the consecration system, right, all of these steps had to be accomplished. And what was the purpose of the consecration system, as we read in Leviticus chapter 8? It was for, and elsewhere, it was for the priests to be sanctified, to be consecrated, to be initiated, to do the service of the temple. If the temple is offline and there's nobody in the numbered zones, there's nobody in prime territory, there's nobody in the land of Israel, then you cannot use this system because it's offline. All of the systems that need to be talking to one another aren't functioning. So that's what this visual represents. All of this red, this is malfunction, malfunction, malfunction. You can't use this. Not when you've been kicked out the land and there's no priest around. You can't use this system at all. Last use case before we head to episode 3. Access denied. You are not authorized to use the consecration machine. Priest class designation required. Unauthorized entry will trigger law shard escalation. This is what we saw with King Uzziah, right? A non-priest thought, or he didn't try to get consecrated, but the idea is the same, right? When some non-priest tries to use a priestly system. So in this example, if you got a non-priest who thinks that he wants to come up and be consecrated, he's not even allowed into the system. So or if we were to stick with our allegory, a non-priest would not be able to use this protocol. He would go to the terminal, and upon selecting priest, it would invalidate him and not allow him to proceed to a chamber that would execute the protocol, because you don't have authorization. You can't get through. You're trying, but the door is closed. The access door is closed. You can't get in. You can't get into the chamber. You can't get into the system. The system is not for you, non-priest. It's only for priests, right? So that in a sense, or in essence, is the consecration system as it relates to priests. We're gonna move on to episode 3, but I'm gonna go grab some water, y'all, and use the bathroom. Be back. All right, I'm back. All right, let's keep moving. And just so everybody knows, there's 8 episodes. So in case anybody was wondering, I got 8, and then we'll wrap it up. But I think that was the longest one, if I remember. I think the consecration one was probably by far the longest. So we should be able to get through the rest of it pretty quickly. Okay, let's see here. What I want to. That's right. Oh man, I just closed my file. Give me a sec, y'all, pulling it back up. Okay, we went through 1 and 2. All right, episode 3. Cool. Yeah, some of y'all might need to head to bed. I get it. But you ask for framework blindness, and you're getting framework blindness. Right, share screen. All right, can you all see this?
Yeah, we can see it, brother.
All right, cool. Everybody else? All right. All right. Episode 3, let's get started. With a quote, as always. Desire alone does not open the gate of service. Vera DeMar, Senior Archivist, Central Zone, Temple Records. Episode 3, From Above. The fluorescent hum of the Central Zone records chamber filled the quiet room. Gerald Riven sat stiffly in a molded chair, his hands resting on the edge of the polished table. Across from him, a cluster of figures regarding him with varying expressions, some familiar, bearing the emblem of House Lennox on their lapels, others in standard temple administrative attire. Between them, a hollow screen projected charts, lineage trees, and DNA readouts. Mr. Riven intoned a woman with silver-threaded hair seated at the center. Her title, Archivist of Lineage Verification, hovered above her in faint script. We have completed the review of your records and the genetic sequencing. The process has been exhaustive. She paused, scanning the group around the table before returning her gaze to Gerald. Exhaustive? Gerald prompted, trying to keep his voice steady, though his pulse had been quickening since he entered the chamber. The archivist nodded once. We cross-referenced every known Linux ledger, consulting supplementary records from both Earth archives and early Lexium registries, and perform a full DNA alignment with known descendants. The results confirm that you are, in fact, a member of House Lennox. Gerald blinked, the words sinking in like a weight being lifted. For years, back on Earth where he grew up, or where he had grown up, the stories his father told of coming from above and of belonging to House Lennox had been threads in a tapestry he wanted to believe, but could never fully trust. He felt a tremor in his chest, half disbelief, half elation. One of the Lennox elders at the table leaned forward, eyes softening. We welcome you, Gerald. Your lineage is genuine, and your right to serve is recognized. The archivist nodded once. We cross-referenced every known Lennox ledger, consulted supplementary records from both Earth archives and early Lexium registries, and performed a full. Actually, hold up a sec. I already read that. My fault, y'all. Let's see here. Yep, there we go. Gerald swallowed hard, a grin spreading across his face. I can finally serve the master, he said, voice catching. The thought he had carried quietly for years of standing as a temple gatekeeper, of fulfilling a purpose he had felt in his bones, was no longer a distant dream, it was real. The archivist inclined her head, the faintest smile breaking her otherwise formal demeanor. Your service begins with understanding your heritage fully. The records are open to you for study, should you wish. But today marks the confirmation of your house. You are Lennox, Mr. Riven. Gerald felt the warmth spread through him, a mixture of reverence and triumph. His hands, once tense on the table, relaxed as he nodded solemnly. Thank you, he whispered, more to himself than anyone else. A decade and more of waiting, of proving, of hoping, it had all led to this single moment. For the first time in years, Gerald allowed himself to simply breathe, letting the joy of recognition wash over him. We'll be back after these messages. This episode of Framework Blindness is brought to you by the Lost Shard Council. Again, Central Department of Purity and Contamination Control, protecting dwelling integrity since Station Year 01. Hi there. I'm Colin Faust, and to my right is Kel Jackson. We're with the Lost Shard Council. In this message, we'd like to talk to you about the Temple Servant Consecration Protocol. What's the purpose of this protocol? The purpose of the Purity Machines Temple Service Consecration Protocol is to assign servants to the priest to make atonement, thus providing a protective layer so the people may approach safely with their own offerings. Exhibit A. Kel, read Numbers chapter 8, just 18 and 19 for me.
This is Numbers 8, verse 18. And it reads, "And I have taken the Levites for all the firstborn of the children of Israel, and I have given the Levites as a gift to Aaron and his sons from among the children of Israel to do the service of the children of Israel in the tabernacle of the congregation, and to make an atonement for the children of Israel, that there be no plague among the children of Israel when the children of Israel come nigh unto the sanctuary."
So we see that the purpose clearly is for the temple servants to be a buffer to the people, because again, we serve a merciful God. If we didn't have protection mechanisms in place and everything was functioning, if somebody approaches a holy zone improperly, even if it's by accident, that holy zone becomes a kill zone to you and you die. So God in his mercy was like, hey, let me, in addition to the priests, let me set up the Levites and have them act as a protective layer. That way, when they make an atonement for the people, even if there's slight mess ups, right? God's not the need to come and strike people dead, because he's going to look at the Levites' atonement and that's going to save people. That's the entire purpose of the Levites, or one of the key purposes of the Levites, right? Or as I'm calling them in this story, the temple servants. So what are components of this protocol, though? You got temple servant candidates, obviously. You have priests. You have consecration, or you have the congregation. You also have offerings involved, and then you have the temple. The temple grounds has to be established. And the temple grounds has to be established on the prime territory, right? So what are the rules of this protocol? Just 5 of them. 1, cleansing. 2, provide a sin offering. 3, assemble the congregation. 4, provide a sin and burnt offering. And then 5, is the authorized approach. And, executing each step above is how you complete the temple servant protocol. So to recap, this protocol ensures that the temple servants act as a protective layer, protective atonement layer between the altar and the people. So that concludes this message from the Law Shard Council. Next time, we'll see the stay safe out there, citizens, and always remember, purity is paramount. And we're back. Framework Blindness episode 3 continues. Step 1, cleansing. Inside, shifting panels extended, releasing a fine mist of water infused with purifying agents. A twin array of vents fanned the spray across Gerald's body, while soft pulses of light scanned his skin. Numa's voice echoed, "According to the law, you are washed and sprinkled with purification waters, defilement removed." So again, we have an episode pause. Step 1, it's in reference to Numbers chapter 8, verses 6 through 7. Cal, read those verses for me.
This is Numbers chapter 8, verse 6. And it reads, "Take the Levites from among the children of Israel and cleanse them. And thus shalt thou do unto them to cleanse them. Sprinkle water of purifying upon them, and let them shave all their flesh, and let them wash their clothes, and so make themselves clean."
All right. So we got that down. First step, cleansing. Step 2, sin offering. A platform ignited in the center of the chamber, energy coils spiraling upward. A bull materialized, calm but breathing heavily. From a second platform, a priest appeared, robes marked with temple insignia. He placed his hand upon the beast and spoke, "This offering is authorized." At once, a conduit ring beneath the bull flared, teleporting it directly to the offering bay. The priest bowed to Gerald before dissolving back into light. Step 2, sin offering, in reference to Numbers chapter 8, verse 8. Kel, read that one verse for me.
It's Numbers 8 and 8. Then let them take a young bullock with his meat offering, even fine flour mingled with oil. And another young bullock shalt thou take for a sin offering.
All right. Moving along. Step 3, assemble congregation. Another platform lit beneath Gerald's feet. In a single flash, he was moved to a wide chamber within Temple Bay. There, figures from the great houses stood in solemn ranks, the high priest among them. The assembly's presence confirmed his role was not private. It was acknowledged by the covenant family itself. Read, Kel, Numbers chapter 8, verse 9 and 10.
Numbers 8 and 9. And thou shalt bring the Levites before the tabernacle of the congregation. Thou shalt gather the whole assembly of the children of Israel together. Thou shalt bring the Levites before the Lord, and the children of Israel shall put their hands upon the Levites.
All right. So as we see, as I made mention in the previous episode, even with this, shorter protocol, we still see all of the moving parts. Now, if I'm a bona fide Levite and want to be consecrated, I have to have priest involvement. Well, what if there aren't any priests? What if no priests have been consecrated?
Right.
Even if you as a Levite are ready to go, you can't complete the process because the high priest is needed in step 3. He needs to be present as part of the assembled congregation. So again, just highlighting that a lot of systems talk to each other. They talk to one another. You very rarely are systems within the framework isolated from other systems. They're all on the same network, right? But moving on to step 4, sin and burnt offerings. In their sight, the chamber's mechanism reactivated. The sin offering and the burnt offering prepared for Gerald were transferred in a blaze of light to the grand altar within the offering bay. A live relay shimmered above them, displaying the altar as both offerings were consumed. There, a column of projected fire rose from the grand altar, marking their acceptance. The assembly stood in silence as the vision faded. Confirmation given. Numbers chapter 8, 11 and 13 for me, Kel.
This is Numbers chapter 8 and verse 11. And it reads, And Aaron shall offer the Levites before the Lord for an offering of the children of Israel, that they may execute the service of the Lord. And the Levites shall lay their hands upon the heads of the bullock, and thou shalt offer the one for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering, unto the Lord to make an atonement for the Levites. Thou shalt set the Levites before Aaron, and before his sons, and offer them for an offering unto the Lord.
All right, moving on to step 5, which is the last one of this protocol. Authorized approach. The chamber lights dimmed and Numa's voice returned. Your approach has been authorized. You are released for service. See here. Yeah, Kel, read for me just to get that. Read for me Numbers chapter 8, verses 14 through 15. And then skip to
Numbers
21 and 22.
Okay. Numbers 8 and 14. Thus shalt thou separate the Levites from among the children of Israel, and the Levites shall be mine. And after that shall the Levites go in to do the service of the tabernacle of the congregation. And thou shalt cleanse them and offer them for an offering. Verse 21. And the Levites were purified, and they washed their clothes, and Aaron offered them as an offering before the Lord. Aaron made an atonement for them to cleanse them. And after that went the Levites in to do their service in the tabernacle of the congregation before Aaron before his sons, as the Lord had commanded Moses concerning the Levites, so did they unto them.
So again, purpose is making its appearance yet again, right? Verse 22, and after that went the Levites in to do their service in the tabernacle of the congregation before Aaron and before his sons, as the Lord had commanded Moses concerning the Levites. So again, like, everything in a system has a purpose. Nothing is random, and God is very orderly. So when he gives a purpose for a particular system, you do not have the right to use that system for a purpose that he did not intend it to be used for, right? So moving along, I'm going to finish out this episode. A final door opened, leading Gerald out of the chamber and into the steady flow of worshipers crossing temple grounds. He walked forward, no longer an outsider, but a servant of the master. Episode 3 ends. We're gonna get to some use cases now. Let me see here. Where am I at? Yep, this is what I want. All right. Can still see my screen, Cal?
Yeah, I can see it.
All right, cool. So got 3 use cases here, all pretty short, but the first one again is what we just witnessed. Gerald as a Levite temple servant candidate was able to successfully go through each step and become a temple servant. He was consecrated, right? Every system that needed involvement was active, was online, and he was able to succeed, right? However, back to the zone relocation sequence, right? If the temple is shut down, as we saw with the priesthood, you as a Levite cannot be consecrated. You cannot use the consecration machine. You cannot use the purity machine. It is inactive. It is inactive. And even if you wanted to, you can't, because the system is shut down, right? And similarly, in use case number 3, somebody who is a non-Levite does not have authorization to use this system. You cannot, as some dude, jump up and decide that I want to serve, I want to be a temple gatekeeper. I want to help out the priest with the offerings. You're not a Levite, and you don't have authorization to do so. So if you try to show up to the temple or to the consecration bay, right, and use this protocol within the chamber, well, really the chamber is not even going to give you access, because it's going to identify you as one who doesn't have authorization in the first place. So if you're not a Levite, you can't use this consecration system, right? So simple. Now we're going to move on. Let me see. I think that's that was the end of this use case. It's going to move on to episode 4. Okay, episode 4. Screen is I think I'm still sharing.
Yeah, we can see it, brother.
All right, cool. All right, episode 4. We'll get started as always with a quote. Holiness is a burden as much as a gift. To carry it lightly is to court disaster. Believe me, I know. Bryce Archer, former Temple Grounds high priest, station year 4025. Episode 4. One more time. Zell Archer leaned against the cool metal wall outside Labor Bay Chamber 10, the faint hum of the purity machine vibrating through the door. He could hear Kai's footsteps pacing inside. Normally, the sacred access protocol, or the labor protocol, didn't take more than a few minutes, but Kai had been in there for far longer. Zell wrapped his knuckles lightly against the chamber door. Been in there for a while. A tight, muffled breath came through the door. I keep replaying it in my mind. Zell's chest tightened. He understood immediately what his brother meant. Every pause, every quiet syllable carried the weight of grief he already felt himself. Kai's voice cracked, low and raw. Vincent, he didn't mean to. He just forgot. And then Zell pressed his palm flat against the wall, letting the faint vibration of the chamber pass through him. I know, Kai, I know. The corridor fell into tense silence. The purity machine hummed louder in his chest, a steady reminder of the unseen stakes inside. Finally, Kai's voice returned, quiet, almost a whisper. Death. It's always right around the corner, always waiting. That's what makes purity so heavy. Inside the chamber, Kai's hands trembled slightly as he paused over the final step of the ritual, adjusting his stance and brushing invisible lines in the air as if trying to erase the memory of Vincent's accident. He lingered a moment longer than necessary, rocking on the balls of his feet, taking a careful breath. At last, he moved towards the chamber doors, each step deliberate, the weight of his thoughts heavy in his shoulders. The hissing doors sighed as Kai stepped out. He exhaled, letting the sound carry some of the burden with it, and turned to Zell. Just one more time. Zell exhaled, carrying both resignation and understanding as he stepped back. All right, one more time. He watched Kai for a long beat, feeling the coil of grief tighten in his chest and the familiar ache of helplessness, but he stayed still, simply bearing witness to his brother's fear. The hover car carried Kai to the nearest terminal. He approached it, placing his hands on the screen. A soft green light pulsed, verifying his status as a priest. The lost shard illuminated a path back to Chamber 10. Without another word, he followed it, returning aboard the hover car to the chamber to run the labor protocol once more. We'll be back after these messages. This episode of Framework Blindness is brought to you by, name again? Lost Shard Council, Central Department of Purity and Contamination Control, protecting dwelling integrity since station year 01. Hi there, I'm Trevor Whitfield, and to my right is Kel Colorado. We're with the Lost Shard Council. In this message, we'd like to talk to you about the labor protocol. What's the purpose of this protocol? The purpose of the Purity Machine's labor protocol is to keep priests ritually clean so they don't die when approaching the temple or altar. Exhibit A. Kel, read Exodus chapter 30, verse 20.
This is Exodus chapter 30, verse 20. When they go into the tabernacle of the congregation, they shall wash with water, that they die not. Or when they come near to the altar to minister, to burn offerings made by fire unto the Lord.
So again, we see here, even with the labor bay, what is the purpose of this protocol? So it's the purpose of protocol is to make sure that the priests are ultra clean because they're already in the temple grounds, which means they were already purified via the purification bay. So not only did they have to be purified like the general population, but once they got inside the temple grounds, they then had to go through this protocol to gain access to the temple. Because if they didn't use the labor protocol, then as Kel read in verse 20, they would die. As I've been saying all night, holy zone is what, Kel?
Kill zone.
Kill zone. When not handled properly.
Right.
Components, though. What key components are needed to run this protocol? Well, we have water, we have the laver, we have priests, the temple grounds, and prime territory. What are the rules of this protocol? Step 1, initiate basin cycle. Step 3, wash your hands and feet. Step 2, wash your hands and feet. Step 3, authorized approach. Execute each step above to complete the labor protocol. So to recap, this protocol ensures that priests won't die when approaching the temple or altar. That concludes this message from the Law Shard Council. Next time we will see the... And we're back. Framework Blindness episode 4 continues. Step 1, initiate basin cycle. Kai entered the chamber and the door sealed with a hiss. The central basin pulsed with a soft glow as mechanized arms filled it with crystal clear water, agitated by precise currents. Sensors verified the flow, and faint steam hissed from vents, carrying a sterile mineral scent, signaling the basin was ready for the next step. Kel, read Exodus chapter 30:17, so that way we get the initial basin connection.
This is Exodus 30:17, and it reads, "And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Thou shalt also make a lever of brass, and his foot also of brass, to wash withal. And thou shalt put it between the tabernacle of the congregation and the altar, and thou shalt put water therein."
Moving on to step 2, hand and foot wash. Conduits extended from the floor in the basin, enveloping Kai's hands and feet in warm, flowing water. He moved in the precise pattern as sensors tracked each motion. Micro streams traced the arches of his hands and the contours of his feet, and gentle hisses of steam marked the completion of the cleansing cycle. Kel, Exodus chapter 30, verse 19. Let's get that connection.
Exodus 30:19, and it reads, "For Aaron and his sons shall wash their hands and their feet thereat."
So you already read that. Appreciate it. Yeah, so moving on, simple and plain. I mean, just, had to make sure his hands and feet were washed. Last step, authorized approach. The basin drained and retracted, and chamber lights shifted to guide Kai to the elevated platform. Sensors confirmed his priestly status, and the law shard pulsed green in approval. Mechanized rails adjusted his stance precisely. He stepped carefully into place. The chamber hummed, rising briefly to signal the laver sequence was complete. Last scripture for this protocol, Kel, Exodus chapter 30, verses 20 through 21.
This is Exodus 30, verse 20, and it reads, "When they go into the tabernacle of the congregation, they shall wash with water, that they die not. Or when they come near to the altar to minister the burnt offering made by fire unto the Lord, so they shall wash their hands and their feet, that they die not. And it shall be a statute forever to them, even to him and to his seed throughout their generations."
Wash their hands and feet that they what, Kel?
Die not.
Die not. Holy zone is a kill zone. You cannot approach it however you want to. These protocols, these protocols were literally life and death. And as we continue to see, because we're on episode 4, and Kel, hasn't there been a purpose attached to every system that we've discussed thus far?
Every time.
Every time. So if somebody's trying to keep system rules outside of their original context, they're in violation of the purpose, or as I've been saying, as I said earlier, purpose violation.
Mm-hmm.
But moving on to close out the episode, Kai exhaled, the tension in his shoulders easing. The platform retracted and the lights dimmed to a neutral glow. With the purity machine cycle finished, he stepped toward the doors, which hissed open, welcoming him back to the corridor. Episode 4 end. Now, on to the use cases, right? For the labor bay. Very simple stuff. We just saw it, right? When the system is functioning properly, a priest is able to have it or use the basin to wash his hands and feet, and then he's authorized. It's a very simple system to use, but it's vital, because if not done, the priest will be killed. But if there's a temple malfunction, that means that there's nothing to use, because the basin is gone, right? And the hands and feet have to be washed at the temple, on the temple grounds, by the basin. You can't do that because you're not there. You can't do that because the temple grounds are destroyed, or the temple grounds are off limits. So if you can't do step 1 and 2, there is no authorized approach, because you're not authorized. You understand what I'm saying? System rules must be kept within their system. Use case number 3, access denied. Same idea as what we saw in the previous episodes. If you're a non-priest, or in this case, really should be actually, no, yeah, I was right. I was thinking Levites. If you're a non-priest, you can't even use the basin, dude. Because to use the basin would be to treat something that really is not for you as something for you. And then you would be in sin, and you would probably have the holy zone turn to a kill zone on you, right? So this stuff is, as y'all keep saying, it's the same stuff over and over again. Like, system rules must be kept within the system. This is understanding the framework. And if you understand the framework, then you will no longer, or you won't suffer from framework blindness. So continuing on, we're going to move on to episode 5. Just going to pull that up right now. All right, are we good? Everybody can see it?
Yeah, we can see it.
All right, cool. All right. Episode 5, as always, we will start with a quote. You've waited a long time for this. You're ready. And everyone's going to see it. Brandon and Abby Carrington, Dustborn, Zone AW. Episode 5, Flow State. The Wayfarer's stage had never set foot this close to the temple grounds before. The Gadron festivals drew artists from every corner of the station, but to actually perform on the Sanctum Amphitheater, where music swelled each year like an offering itself, that was a dream and destiny stitched together. Blaze Carrington should have felt only joy, but 3 days before their performance slot, the sharp cramp bent her over in her lodging. She froze when she saw the blood. Unclean. Her breath caught. The law was clear. No one could step into the temple grounds in that state. She buried her face in her hands, then glanced at her guitar, leaning in the corner. This was the chance she had dreamed of since she first strummed a string. That night she rehearsed alone, telling herself lies and whispers. What if I keep to the side of the stage? Or What if I wear gloves, avoid touching anyone or anything? What if no one notices? Each excuse dangled before her like a lifeline. But the weight pressed heavier with every thought. It wouldn't just be me. Anything I touch, my strings, the cases, the props, would carry it. If I kept quiet, they'll walk in unclean and we'll all profane the master's house. By morning, she couldn't eat. By the second night, she had sweated through 2 shirts, pacing the room, guitar case unopened. The dream was a flame in her chest, but every time she reached for it, it burned. At last, 48 hours before curtain, she called the troupe together in the practice hall. Her voice cracked as she spoke. I can't perform. I'm unclean. Silence thickened. Arlen, the troupe's lead singer, shoved a hand through his hair. Blaze, why wait until now? You know what that means. We've all touched the same gear, the same props. If you'd stayed quiet, we would have walked into the temple defiled without even knowing. He exhaled sharply. At least you told us before it's too late. We can wash, change, wait until evening. We'll still be clean by the time of the show, but you should have trusted us. You should have trusted us sooner. The others exchanged sober nods. They all knew the law. It lives in their bones as much as their music. Her silence had been the real danger. Blaze's stomach sank. I was scared. I didn't want to lose this for any of us. Jory, their drummer, leaned forward, voice firm. Better now than too late. You told us that's what counts. Amelia, the youngest, slipped an arm around her. You didn't lose us. We're a troupe, not just a show. We'll rework the set. We'll carry the sound. One by one, the others echoed her, and the sting in Blaze's chest eased just a little. Arlen sighed, then managed a half smile. Wayfarer's stage doesn't break. Not for this, not for anything. When the amphitheater hears us, Jory added, tapping his sticks against his knee, they'll know Zone AW sent more than a troupe. It sent a family. Blaze's eyes burned, this time with gratitude. She had lost the stage, but she hadn't lost them, and that mattered more than the dream itself. We'll be back after these messages. This episode of Framework Blindness is brought to you by, here we go again, the Lost Shard Council and the Festival Council Marketing Department. All right. Hi, everyone. This is Roosevelt Dustman from Festival Harmony Council. And to my left is Kevin Zarnett, also known as Kel Zarnett, with the Lost Shard Council. And our little friend here is Purity the Puppet. With the Gadron festivals approaching, we have some important things to discuss with you all. Now, there are a lot of people with issues that will inevitably be shown up that will inevitably be showing up to celebrate the festivals. However, you must now wait just a minute, Dusty. What do you mean by issues? Is this a mental health ad? What? No, not at all. By issues, I mean bodily discharges. Anyway, bodily discharges. In this message, we'll be covering menstruation and related issues. But first, what's the purpose of the Purity Machine's discharge protocol? Well, the purpose of this protocol is to keep the unclean separated from the temple grounds, which safeguards them from the fatal consequences of uncleanness. But don't take my word for it. Let's see what the master has to say. Kel, read Leviticus 15, verses 31 through 33.
It's Leviticus 15, verse 31. Thus shall ye separate the children of Israel from their uncleanness, that they die not in their uncleanness, when they defile my tabernacle that is among them. This is the law of him that hath an issue, and of him whose seed goeth from him, and is defiled therewith. and of her that is sick of flowers, of him that hath an issue, of the man, and of the woman, and of him that layeth with her that is unclean.
So we see that the purpose of the discharge related commands is to prevent people from contaminating the master's holy zone. But there's more. Notice how this purpose is actually built into the law itself. There have been cases where people tried to follow these commands while the temple was offline. That's a clear purpose violation. If you misuse one of the master's systems for anything other than its intended purpose, then you're going against the law. Next, let's move on to the components. What key components are needed to run the purity machine's discharge protocol? Well, an unclean woman needs to be present, obviously. She needs to be separated. There might be some other unclean people who she has touched. Water needs to be a factor. Offerings play a part if we're talking about abnormal menstruation. Priests need to be involved. And of course, as always, the temple grounds need to be established on the prime territory. So to execute the discharge protocol's normal menstruation option, each applicable step below must be completed. Step 1, separate for the woman. Step 2, wait 7 days to be considered clean. Step 3, unclean until evening. If woman is touched during the 7-day period of uncleanness. Step 4, wash clothes if woman's bed or what she sat on is touched. Step 5, for the other person as well, unclean until evening if woman's bed or what she sat on is touched. And lastly, step 6, for the man, unclean for 7 days if menstruation blood got on him while having sex with an unclean menstruating woman. Now, to execute the discharge protocol's abnormal menstruation options, each applicable step below must be completed. Step 1, woman. And that concludes this message. Stay safe out there, citizens. And as always, purity is paramount. And we're back. Framework Blindness episode 5 continues. Blaze Carrington entered the purification bay, her pulse quickening with relief. Her bleeding had stretched longer than normal, and only after another 7 days of separation, counted from the end of her abnormal discharge, was she finally ready to be cleansed. She longed to step back into the temple grounds before the Gadron festivals closed. As she crossed the marble causeway to the intake terminals, 2 festival goers passed by, their voices rising with excitement. Best performance so far in the festivals? One asked. Wayfarer's stage, hands down. I had no clue music like that could even come from the alphabet zones. Blaze's chest tightened, both proud and pained. She had missed the performance, but hearing the words filled her with hope. The troop's name had broken beyond Zone AW. More doors were opening, fame perhaps, but first, purity. She approached the terminal and pressed protocol discharge, option abnormal discharge. The selection chimed. A nearby hover car hummed awake. Its canopy slid open with a pneumatic hiss. Blaze slid inside. Numa, the lost shard's voice, synced instantly. Protocol confirmed. Please remain inside, or please remain seated. A golden line traced itself across the floor, projected by her lost shard. The hover car followed it through the bay as panels along the walls glided open and closed. Open and closed, guiding her precisely to a sealed chamber labeled 40. Small vibrations pulsed through the floor, synced with the light path. When it docked, Blaze stepped out and crossed the threshold. The chamber sealed with a pneumatic hiss. A soft hum resonated in her chest as the air system calibrated. Step 1, verification. Or step 1, status verification. Light lattices above the chamber pulsed rhythmically, scanning her from crown to heel. Sensors emitted a faint tingling vibration that Blaze could feel through her feet. Holographic scripts flared across the walls. Status, 7 days complete or 7 days completed. Result, clean. A soft chime confirmed the reading. Panels along the floor shifted, revealing micro hollow conduits and recessed control plates. A gentle airflow circulated around, carrying a faint metallic scent, and the hum of the system seemed to pulse in tandem with her heartbeat. All right, so we pause the episode here. Status verification, where are we getting this from? Leviticus chapter 15, verse 28. Kel, read that. Just that one verse.
It's Leviticus 15:28. But if she be cleansed of her issue, then she shall number to herself 7 days, and after that she shall be clean.
All right, moving along, simple and plain, that verse. Step 2, sin and burnt offering. 2 bursts of white light cracked open on the animal teleportation platform, filling the chamber with a soft, resonant vibration. When the light faded, 2 young pigeons cooed softly, feathers ruffling in the sterile air. Blaze felt a subtle warmth under her hands from the platform's energy field as small mechanical arms aligned the birds. Another flared up. Another flare lit up the priest teleportation platform. A Lennoxite priest materialized, robe shimmering under the chamber's shifting lights. He approached the pigeons, scanning them with a compact instrument that whirred and clicked. The energy field pulsed faintly against Blaze's palms as he nodded, then pressed his palm to a glowing control plate. The chamber floor split open into a narrow channel of light, and the hum rose in pitch, vibrating through Blaze's body. The pigeons lifted gracefully, suspended briefly in a soft golden glow before vanishing into the offering bay, one to ascend as a burnt offering, the other as the sin offering. The chamber's displays blinked in sequence. Offering received, atonement complete. The priest inclined his head toward Blaze, then stepped back into the teleportation beam, vanishing with a faint pop and a swirl of light. A subtle shiver ran up her spine as the energy field around the platform dissipated. Step 2, sin and burnt offering, getting that from Leviticus 15:29 through 30. Read that from me, Kel.
Leviticus 15:29. On the 8th day she shall take unto her 2 turtles, 2 young pigeons, and bring them unto the priest, the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And the priest shall offer the one for a sin offering and the other for a burnt offering. The priest shall make an atonement for her before the Lord for the issue of her uncleanness.
So again, as we've been seeing already, and we're just going to keep seeing this repeatedly throughout the rest of the season. Even if a woman who has an abnormal discharge wants to be clean of that, it still required the presence of other systems. The offering system in particular had to be online. If it was not online, when Blaze gets to this step, can't be completed. System's broken. Can't do it. Can't continue on. So again, we're just seeing over and over and over again how not only must a system protocol be followed when the system is active, but as tends to be the case, a system's protocol relies on the presence of other systems as well. So let's close out this chapter, or this episode. The chamber door is released with a soft hiss. Ceiling panels rotated and dimmed as the mechanical systems powered down. Blaze stepped out, heart racing with relief, the faint pulse of residual energy still tingling in her skin. She was clean, restored. The Gadron Festival still thrummed outside, and now she could enter freely. Somewhere beyond the concourse, people were still buzzing about Wayfarer's stage. Smiling, Blaze quickened her pace, eager to reunite with her troop and savor their rising moment together. Episode 5, end. And then on to the use cases. Same idea as we saw prior, right? Use case number one is in reference to what we just saw with Blaze having an abnormal discharge. Now, with this, just to show you, because we're going to start to get into some things that, like, you see a lot of Torah keeping people supposedly, like they'll start trying to keep these purity laws, like these washing laws, like for discharges, and the whole thing is backwards. All of them are purpose violators, and I'm going to show you that in this example as well as the subsequent ones. So abnormal discharge. If a woman has an abnormal discharge, this is how the system would work. And again, we're dealing still with the purity machine. That's what this entire season is about, is the purity machine. And we're specifically talking about the discharge protocol and the abnormal discharge option. So if a woman approaches the system and she goes into this spot, does she have an abnormal discharge or not? If she doesn't, she gets access to the temple because she's clean. Y'all see that? But if she does have an abnormal discharge, then she's regarded as contaminated, right? If she's contaminated, she has to wait for a period of time, right? Once that period of time is complete, and after she's like washed herself and bathed herself and everything like that, then let me see here, verse 27, because I want to highlight this point. It says, and whosoever touches these things shall be unclean, and shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water and be unclean until evening, showing how, again, like I said in the beginning of class, part of the purity reset involves time, right? Whether you're a woman or a man, right? So if she is cleansed, if she isn't cleansed, she goes back to this step. But if she is cleansed, then she continues on with the cleansing protocol, which involves offerings, as we saw in episode 5. And once she's through offering her offerings, then only now is she fully cleansed and she has access to the temple. That's how the system works, right? But again, this entire system does not work without the offering system being online as well. Next use case, this is in reference to a step not being online, right? So the use case says a person has completed the waiting period for purification but fails to bring the required offerings, leaving the process incomplete and their status unresolved. So here's what we're looking at in this particular example. This woman got to, like, she was unclean, right? She was unclean, had a normal discharge. She got to this step, but then for whatever reason decided not to provide offerings. This woman is to remain unclean because she did not complete the protocol. And as I've been showing in the commercial breaks, like, in order for a protocol to be complete, you have to do every applicable step. And an applicable step for this woman is to present offerings to get clean. If she's not doing that, then her access to the temple remains locked, right? So you gotta follow the protocol. If we're gonna talk systems, then we gotta talk systems. You gotta do it all, right? Or it can't be done. Last use case for this episode is, again, another temple malfunction. I want to highlight this because this is the situation that we're in today, right? The temple is not in existence. There is no temple. So when you have people, let's say a woman does have an abnormal discharge, right? But yet she's still trying to separate herself and do things by piecemeal, she's committing purpose violations. Excuse me. She's committing purpose violations. Why? Because the entire reason why this system was even created was to keep unclean people out of the temple grounds, right? As a safeguard, so that way they don't get killed by God stepping into a holy zone, filthy, right? So if there's no temple, there's no holy zone, because as we learned way back in episode 1, holy, holy, holy is the Lord. And the Lord is the one that establishes holy zones, not you, not me. We're not holy, not even close to it. So if God doesn't come and touch an area, then that area is not holy. And if this system was designed to help unclean people go through a purity reset, then why is anybody today trying to keep this or any other similar system, as we're going to see later? Makes no sense. This is framework blindness at its finest that we see out here. And as I said before, the purpose of this class is to try to get y'all to see the systems, the framework, so that way you won't be blind anymore. All right, moving on. We're gonna move on to, let me see here, episode, what were we, 6? Yeah, give me a sec. All right, episode 6, we're, as Josh says, we're winding it down. We're winding it down, right? Episode 6 starts with a quote like the other ones prior. Warning, ritual cycle disrupted. Stand by for diagnostics. Monitoring system, Purity Bay. Episode 6, Ashwell. The control chamber within the purification bay was a lattice of steel and polished conduits, wall lined with panels of blinking lights and streams of data cascading across translucent screens. Fans hummed softly, circulating recycled air thick with the faint tang of ozone and metal. At the center, the great purity machine pulsed with activity, conveyor bays whirring and purification jets hissing. Yet one amber light blinked insistently on the corpse protocol panel, and a soft intermittent alarm echoed through the chamber. Lines of data scrolled rapidly across the monitors, some flagged in red, hinting that the protocol had stalled somewhere deep in its sequence. Priest Archer, an engineer called, wiping grit from his palms. Corpse protocol won't run. Systems asking for fresh purification fluid. Zell's brow tightened. The red heifer mixture? Another engineer nodded. Gone. Without it, the machine can't process corpse defilement. We'll be backed up in hours. Zell exhaled slowly. Then we make it. He gestured to 2 temple servants nearby. Let's move. We're going to the Ashwell chamber. The servants followed, their steps echoing along the gleaming corridors of the purification bay. Doors slid open automatically as they approached the recessed chamber, its sealed walls humming with quiet energy. Zell paused just outside the Ashwell chamber and placed his hand on the access terminal. The screen lit up immediately, scanning his identification credentials. A soft chime confirmed his authorization, and the terminal displayed a green check. This is where the water of separation is prepared, he said, more to himself than to his servants. Then he stepped forward, and together they entered the chamber, the doors sealing behind them with a soft hiss. We'll be back after these messages. This episode of the Framework Blindness is brought to you by them again, the Lost Shard Council. Hi there. I'm Desmond Clark, and to my right is Kel Southland. We're with the Lost Shard Council. In this message, we'd like to talk to you about the Corpse Protocol. What's the purpose of this protocol? The purpose of the Purity Machine's Corpse Protocol is to keep the unclean separated from the temple grounds, which safeguards them from the fatal consequences of uncleanness. Let's confirm this using the master's own words. Kel, if you would, please read Numbers chapter 19, 11 through 13.
This is Numbers 19, verse 11, and it reads, He that toucheth the dead body of any man shall be unclean 7 days. He shall purify himself with it on the 3rd day, and on the 7th day he shall be clean. But if he purify not himself the 3rd day, then the 7th day he shall not be clean. Verse 13, Whosoever toucheth the dead body of any man that is dead, and purified not himself, defileth the tabernacle of the Lord, and that soul shall be cut off from Israel, because the water of separation was not sprinkled upon him. He shall be unclean. His uncleanness is yet upon him.
So we see that the purpose of the corpse protocol is to prevent people from contaminating the master's holy zone. But there's more. Notice how this purpose is actually built into the law itself. There have been cases where people tried to follow these commands while the temple was offline. That's a clear purpose violation. Misusing one of the master's systems for anything other than its intended purpose is a breach of the law. Next, let's move on to the components. What key components are needed to run this protocol? Well, you need an unclean person, red heifer, water of separation mixture, which consists of the ashes and water, priests, temple servants, temple grounds, and of course, anchoring it all, prime territory. What are the rules of this protocol? Just 2. Step 1, apply the water of separation on day 3 of 7 in an unclean period. Step 2, wait 7 days to be clean. Execute each step above to complete the corpse protocol. So to recap, the purpose of the corpse protocol is to help anyone who's touched a corpse to become clean again, so they can safely navigate the temple grounds without risk of fatal consequences. That concludes this message from the Lost Shard Council. Next time, we will see the... And we're back! Framework Blindness episode 6 continues. Step 1, heifer selection. The chamber sensors scanned the holding corral and locked onto a red heifer without blemish or defect. With a low hum, the teleportation platform activated and the heifer shimmered into existence on the chamber floor. Fully intact and unharmed, Zell Archer confirmed the selection with a swipe on the terminal. This one meets the specifications, he said. So, step 1, simply heifers being selected. Kel, let's link that with the scriptures, Numbers chapter 19, verse 1 and 2.
This is number 19 and verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses and unto Aaron, saying, This is the ordinance of the law which the Lord hath commanded, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel that they bring thee a red heifer without spot, wherein is no blemish, and upon which never came yoke.
All right, moving on. Step 2, slaughter. And if I'm just back up a bit. So in this episode, just in case it's not abundantly clear, you actually, I'm dealing with 2 different protocols at the same time. In the commercial was in reference to the protocol for somebody who is been defiled by way of a dead body, all they would have to do is sprinkle the water of separation on them. But what this episode is dealing with is the creation process for the water of separation, because Numbers chapter Numbers chapter 19 actually deals with both scenarios. So just wanted to point that out in case people were wondering that. So that's why I like these episode pauses. Anyway, continuing on. Step 2, slaughter. The chamber's restraint platform secured the heifer. Precise blades extended smoothly, and with a controlled release of pressure, the animal was dispatched cleanly. One temple servant monitored the vitals on a secondary council, ensuring the sequence followed the sacred parameters. Numbers chapter 19, verse 3. Kel, let's link that in.
Numbers 19:3. And ye shall give unto Eleazar the priest, that he may bring her forth without the camp, and one shall slay her before his face.
All right, so with the heifer, thus far, everything is taking place outside of the temple grounds. That's why this protocol is located in the purification bay, because if we dive into step out of the allegory for a minute, again, you're not going to be purified on temple grounds. All purification has to happen outside, because the temple grounds is a holy zone. You don't enter a holy zone unclean. You enter a holy zone clean, and if you're a priest who needs to enter the tabernacle, you then cleanse again to get more clean. You see what I'm saying? But you never enter a holy zone in an unclean state. So all this thus far is happening outside of that zone. Moving on to step 3, sprinkle blood. Zell took a portion of the heifer's blood into a ceremonial vial and approached the chamber's sprinkling mechanism. He dipped his fingers and followed the ritual precisely, sprinkling the blood 7 times into the device. The mechanism whirred to life, transferring the blood through a network of conduits in a fine, controlled mist directly to the temple bay. The temple servants watched intently, ensuring the sequence executed correctly, while soft chimes confirmed each sprinkling had registered. Let's link that in, Kel. Sprinkle blood, Numbers chapter 19, verse 4.
It's 19 verse 4. And Eleazar the priest shall take of her blood with his finger, and sprinkle of her blood directly before the tabernacle of the congregation 7 times.
So, as I've been saying, and I'll continue to say, we are witnessing in this step how systems talk to one another. Without the presence of the temple, one cannot even go about getting getting more water of separation. You can't even do it, because part of the process requires the blood of the heifer to then be sprinkled before the tabernacle. But if there's no tabernacle, then you're not sprinkling the blood anywhere, which means we stall out on step 3, and the water of separation cannot be created. Systems talk to one another, and protocols, in order to fulfill each step in the protocol, must be executed. So in this story, everything is online, all the systems are a go. So we're able to move on to step 4, which is complete burning. One temple servant stepped forward and activated the chamber's thermal grid. Flames danced along designated channels and consumed the heifer's body in a controlled blaze, while ash and smoke were directed into the containment hoppers. Zell took cedar wood, hyssop, and a length of scarlet yarn from a nearby rack and threw them into the fire, completing the ritual as prescribed. He monitored temperature gauges and flow indicators, ensuring the sequence ran without interruption. Numbers chapter 19, verse 5 and 6, Kel, if you would.
It's number 19 and 5, and it says, and one shall burn the heifer in his sight. Her skin and her flesh and her blood and her dung shall he burn. And the priest shall take cedar wood and hyssop, hyssop and scarlet, and cast it into the midst of the burning of the heifer.
All right. Step 5, priest and burner purification. Steam vents activated within the chamber. Zell and the temple servant who had initiated the burn stepped into the purification jets. Warm, fine mists washed over their hands and robes, neutralizing any residual defilement. The chamber confirmed both of the ritual statuses with soft chimes once complete. Numbers chapter. Let's connect that in, Kel. The priest and the priest and the person who burned the heifer must be cleansed. That's found in Numbers chapter 19, 7-8.
It's Numbers 19-7. Then the priest shall wash his clothes, and he shall bathe his flesh in water, and afterward he shall come into the camp, and the priest shall be unclean until the eve.
So
and he
remember,
that
I'm off on Kel. Sorry, read verse 8.
And he that burneth her shall wash his clothes in water, and bathe in his flesh in water, and shall be unclean until the eve.
So Kel, why do we keep seeing the phrase until evening? Like,
because it's a waiting period.
It's a waiting period. Because after the waiting period, what is one allowed to do?
Go into the temple.
Exactly. So this is going to come up, I think, in the next episode. But these phrases are important because if these commandments were applicable in our day and age, then what is this time component, right? Like, okay, I wash and then I'm unclean until evening, but why evening? Like, what am I going to be allowed to do once I'm clean? When you put all the pieces together, as we're seeing here in Numbers, when evening comes and you've gone through the rituals, you now are authorized to re-enter the camp or re-enter the temple grounds. The temple grounds is central to all of this. You cannot follow a single purity command if there is no temple. If there is no temple ground, if there is no altar, etc. So many systems have to be in place for any of us to properly use any purification protocol. And we have none of that. And yet you have people still trying to piecemeal this together. Why? Because they suffer from framework blindness. Why? Because they're purpose violators and they don't know it. But maybe once they listen to this class, they'll think twice about it. Moving on to the last step of this protocol, ash collection. The second temple servant approached the collection terminal and activated the chamber's automated arms. They retrieved the cooled ash from the containment hoppers and deposited it into a reinforced storage vessel. Once the ash was secured, the chamber's purification jets enveloped the temple servant, cleansing him completely of any residual defilement. A soft chime confirmed the ritual completion, leaving the servant fully purified and the ashes safely stored. Last set of scriptures, Kel, Numbers chapter 19, 9-10.
Numbers 19-9. And a man that is clean shall gather up the ashes of the heifer, and lay them up without the camp in a clean place. And it shall be kept for the congregation of the children of Israel for a water of separation. It is a purification for sin. And he that gathereth the ashes of the heifer shall wash his clothes, and be unclean until the evening. And it shall be unto the children of Israel, and unto the stranger that sojourneth among them for a statute forever.
So now we even got references to the stranger, as I've been saying in this episode series, Dustborns, right? Like if you if you were amongst Israelites and you were unclean, you still had to follow this protocol. Just because you're a stranger doesn't mean you get to do things differently, because we're new covenant Christians now. We can do what we want to do. No, you're a purpose violator. You're a purpose violator. And if you're a purpose violator, you're a sinner. Period, point blank. You violate the purpose, you sin. No different than if you violate the rules.
Right.
You're a sinner. You're a sinner if you violate the rules. You're a sinner if you violate the purpose, period, point blank. Whether you're an Israelite or whether you're a stranger. Follow the protocol the way that it's outlined. Do not deviate in any shape or form. If you can't do it, don't do it. Moving on. I'm going to close out this episode. After the completion of the last step, Zell and the two temple servants moved toward the exit. The chamber's doors slid open with a quiet hiss, and the trio stepped back into the gleaming corridors of the purification bay, the hum of machinery fading behind them as the Ashwell chamber returned to standby for the next ritual cycle. Episode 6 end. We're going to get to the use cases for this. I'm already here. Sweet. All right. 3 use cases like in the last episode. All right. Similar. First is dealing with the corpse contamination, right? So as we saw throughout this episode, when you're defiled by a corpse, right? Or we actually saw the making of the waters of separation, which is a key component to actually being purified. But once you have the waters of separation, what then? So here we have a Gentile, right, who is approaching the purification bay, and he wants to use the corpse protocol, right? So he goes inside, and system confirms whether or not he's touched the corpse. Now, again, if he's clean, then he's not even using the system. He can just access the temple. That's what I'm trying to show here, right? But if he is clean, and him being here means he knows if he is unclean and him being here knows that he is unclean, he would know that he's unclean, then he's contaminated. And if he's contaminated, he has to apply the water of separation. Once he applies the water of separation, he now is authorized to enter the temple grounds, right? But only after applying the water of separation, right? This is when the system is online, right? But what if the system, or better yet, what if there's a component missing, right? And I kind of already, mentioned it, but if the water of separation is missing because, as we saw in the episode, there's no more fluid. Like we need more fluid. Well, if there's no fluid, then this protocol can't be run, right? It can't be run because you've touched a dead body. You need the water of separation to cleanse you. There is no water of separation. So you're stuck until somebody makes more water of separation. But if you as an idiot decide that, well, I'm gonna go in the bathtub, I'm gonna go in the lake and I'm gonna wash myself, clean water is water, right? You as a fool are gonna show up to the temple and get kill zoned because you did not follow proper protocol. You thought any water was okay. God specified the water of separation, which involves the ashes of a red heifer. Like, y'all, what I'm trying to convey is every detail matters. We are not allowed to deviate in the smallest way when it comes to God's law. Not one slight deviation. This is why Christ said, not one jot or one tittle shall in no wise pass until all the law is fulfilled, out in Matthew chapter 5. Not one jot or one tittle. The water of separation being gone, tittle. Water of separation being gone, jot. Right? This stuff matters. And we know it matters because when we saw in the cautionary, when we saw in the cautionary tales with King Uzziah or King or not King Uzziah with well actually him, but also Uzzah, right? Kel, we saw dude just inadvertently touch a holy object, thought nothing of it, got killed. Bunch of fools in Beth Shemesh thought that it would be cool to go take a peek into the ark. 50,000 died.
Right.
Holy object became a kill object. Holy zone becomes a what, Kel?
Kill zone.
Kill zone. Move on to the last use case, which I've I broke this down many times before, but you know I'll do it here for consistency's sake. So temples malfunction, there is no temple, right? Here you are, you know, you're at a funeral and you've lost a loved one, right? Because you suffer from framework blindness, you think that after you've laid hands on your dearly departed, you now think, well, I gotta wash up. Because that's what the law says. You gotta wash up after you touch a dead body. So you think you can approach the system. But because you suffer from framework blindness, you're not realizing that you can't even access the system because there is no temple. There's no functioning priesthood. Because remember, in order for the water of separation to be created, you needed the priests and you needed Levites, or not necessarily Levites, but you needed somebody to burn the red heifer and move the ashes. You needed all of these components working together in the system, as I defined way back in the beginning of the class, right? So you touch a dead body today, you're just unclean. Like you're just unclean. Well, Kevin, how do I get unclean? You can't. And why are you worried about it? There's no holy zone, which is what this entire system is about. Because again, what's the system's purpose? Numbers chapter 19, verse 13. The purpose of the purity system's corpse protocol is to keep the unclean separated from the temple grounds, which safeguards them from fatal consequences of uncleanness. The purpose matters, y'all, and I'm trying to stress that in this class. Pay attention to the purpose because the purpose is also part of the law, like the rules are. Moving on. Episode 7. Gonna get some more water, y'all, and then I'll be back real quick. All right, let's get through this. Episode 7. Get into it. All right, let me oh, that's right, I'm not sharing. Pull this up. Here, what am I looking at here? All right. Is this the right one? Yeah. Okay. All right. Can everybody see the screen? Just want to make sure we're still good.
Yep.
All right. Perfect. All right. All right. Episode 7, winding down. Again, the last episode is 8, and then we'll be done here. But as I've said multiple times already, we will start with a quote. Lucky this time, I'll be more careful tomorrow. Bennett Stone, stall owner in the Promenade, episode 7, The Pest Problem. The Promenade, a well-known market corridor in Central Zone, stretched wide and bright, its polished polymer floor reflecting the soft glow of overhead panels. Kiosks lined the passage like cubicles in a stadium food court, compact modules of metal, glass, and composite panels, each booth a vendor's domain. LED signage hummed quietly above, displaying fruits, grains, and specialty goods for temple households and great house patrons. Rami's kiosk, orderly and carefully arranged, stood among them. Trays of dried figs and grains were neatly displayed under synthetic mesh coverings, just like the neighboring great house stalls. Every container and tray gleamed under the corridor's soft lights, signaling care and precision. Yet beneath the order, Rami's law shard overlay had already flagged a small problem. Several dead winged insects had fallen among the baskets. He had noticed the warning hours earlier. Rami flinched as the familiar alert chimed inside his mind. Stall 43 remains at risk. He rubbed his temples and let out an exasperated groan, responding silently through the private channel. No, what do you want me to do? Can't shut down. It would cost me the day's earnings. Without warning, House Lennox inspectors appeared at the far end of the promenade, moving with silent, precise steps. Rami's stomach knotted and his heart raced, dread coiling through him, as one inspector paused at stall 43. The inspector's law shard flared red, immediately tracing every point of contact with the tiny carcasses. Flies, gnats, moths, their legs curled in death. Simultaneously, Rami's own law shard overlay pulsed, confirming the contamination. Stall 43, unclean, the inspector announced. Carcasses of abominable winged insects defile all they contact. All goods, trays, coverings are condemned. Rami's voice trembled, though his attempt at defiance lingered. I cleaned everything this morning. Those must have fallen from the vents after I set up. Not all the figs were touched. The inspector's gaze did not waver. And you, Rami Darwin, have handled and carried them. Present yourself at the purification bay before sundown. Wash your body and garments. You will remain unclean until evening. Nearby, stall 42, a great house vendor, stiffened as tray of figs was also flagged. Through narrowed eyes and muttered words, he cast subtle blame toward Rami. Typical dust-born carelessness, he muttered, though others in the promenade remained silent. Across the corridor, stall 44 was cleared. Its owner exhaled relief, murmuring thanks for Lennox's precise assessment. Clay trays were smashed, figs poured into disposable chutes, woven coverings dragged off and incinerated in small containment units. Rami lowered his head, whispering, "It was only insects." The inspector's voice rang firm. One carcass defiles all it touches. The law does not weigh by size, only by contact. A hush fell over the promenade. Some onlookers cast sympathetic glances toward Rami, while others whispered in judgment, their eyes betraying a lingering bias. Rami stepped aside, his kiosk empty, and began to walk to the purification bay. The bells in the temple grounds tolled in the distance, echoing off the polished walls. Trade resumed around the cleared kiosk, but the reminder lingered. The laws precise, impartial, and unbending. We'll be back after these messages. This episode of Framework Blindness is brought to you by, I know, the Law Shard Council. We got it. Hi there. I'm Victor Hensley, and to my left is Kevin McKevin. We're with the Law Shard Council, and in this message, we'd like to talk to you about the Carcass Protocol. What's the purpose of this protocol? The purpose of the Purity System's Carcass Protocol is to keep the unclean separated from the temple grounds, which safeguards them from the fatal consequences of uncleanness. For example, if someone unintentionally touches insect carcasses, he would become unclean. If he then committed any trespasses in that state, atonement would be required. Allow the holy codex to prove this to you. Kel, read Leviticus 5, 1 through 2, and then skip and read 5 through 13.
Leviticus 5, verse 1, and reads, "And if a soul sin and hear the voice of swearing, and is a witness, whether he has seen or known of it, if he do not utter it, then he shall bear his iniquity. Or if a soul touch any unclean thing, whether it be a carcass of an unclean beast, or a carcass of unclean cattle, or the carcass of unclean creeping things, and if it be hidden from him, he shall also be unclean and guilty." I guess Leviticus 5 and 5.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, go ahead. Read 5 through 13. You got it.
"It shall be when he shall be guilty in one of these things, that he shall confess that he has sinned in that thing. And he shall bring his trespass offering unto the Lord for his sin which he has sinned, a female from the flock, and a lamb or kid of the goats for a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for him concerning his sin. And if he be not able to bring a lamb, then he shall bring for his trespass which he has committed 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons unto the Lord, one for a sin offering and the other for a burnt offering. And he shall bring them unto the priest, who shall offer that which is for the sin offering first, and wring off his head from his neck, but shall not divide it asunder. And he shall sprinkle of the blood of the sin offering upon the side of the altar. And the rest of the blood shall be wrung out at the bottom of the altar. It is a sin offering. He shall offer the second for a burnt offering, according to the matter. And the priest shall make an atonement for him for his sin which he has sinned, and it shall be forgiven him. But if he be not able to bring the 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, then he that sinned shall bring for his offering the 10th part of an ephah of fine flour for a sin offering. And he shall put no oil upon it, neither shall he put any frankincense thereon, for it is a sin offering. Then shall he bring it to the priest, and the priest shall take his handful of it, even a memorial thereof, and burn it on the altar, according to the offering made by fire unto the Lord. It is a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for him as touching his sin, that he has sinned in one of these, and it shall be forgiven him. And the remnant shall be the priest as a meat offering."
So as you can see, the Carcass Protocol is tied to the temple grounds. Touching them, even if done unknowingly, can put you and others at risk of contaminating the holy zone. Next, let's move on to the components. What key components are needed to run this protocol? Well, unclean people, water, offerings, if contact was done unknowingly, priests, temple grounds, and as always, anchoring the entire thing, the prime territory. What are the rules of this protocol? The carcass protocol includes many options, each addressing a different situation. At the purification bay, be sure to select the one that applies to you. So to recap, the purpose of the carcass protocol is to help anyone who's touched a carcass to become clean again so they can safely navigate the temple grounds without risk of fatal consequences. That concludes this message from the Law Shard Council. Stay safe out there, and as always, remember, purity is paramount. And we're back. Framework Blindness, episode 7 continues. Rami stepped into the bright, humming purification bay, his thoughts still heavy with the events in the promenade. The shock of the inspector's arrival, the sudden condemnation of his kiosk, and the sharp glances from neighbors replayed in his mind. It wasn't just the loss of goods or the day's earnings. It felt like the entire promenade was judging him, waiting to fail. Even though he had followed the law as best he could, the weight of their suspicion pressed down relentlessly. He approached the sleek terminal nearby and pushed those thoughts aside before tapping the screen. Protocol, carcass, option, insect. The selection registered with a soft chime. Immediately, a small hover car stationed nearby activated, its engines whispering to life. Climbed in, and Numa synced seamlessly with the vehicle. A glowing path projected by the Law Shard overlay appeared on the floor before him. The hover car followed it automatically, weaving toward a sealed chamber labeled 101, where the carcass protocol would be executed. Rami exited the hover car and entered the chamber. Inside, the walls shimmered faintly and the chamber mechanism hummed to life. Step 1, washing. The chamber's inner panels released a fine mist that enveloped Rami, warm and subtly aromatic. Sensors traced his body, mapping every contour, while low-frequency pulsing stimulated movements in his arms and legs. The mist carried microparticles that neutralized residual contamination from contact with insect carcasses. Numa guided him through the motions, silently adjusting the mist density and pulse intervals. Rami moved deliberately, following the AI's rhythm. The mist condensed along the floor and was drawn into the chamber's filtration array, carrying away traces of contamination. So let's get the link to that. Simply washing, Leviticus chapter 11, verses 23 through 25.
This is Leviticus 11, verse 23. But all other flying creepy things which have 4 feet shall be an abomination unto you. And for these ye shall be unclean. Whosoever touches the carcass of them shall be unclean until the evening. And what?
No, my fault. Go ahead. Finish that off. My bad.
And whosoever beareth out of the carcass of them shall wash his clothes and be unclean until the evening.
So, as I said before, way back, episode 1, when during the commercial break, the importance of the purity reset was stressed. Part of the purity reset, depending on the protocol, depending on the option selected, is time. With this particular protocol, there is no offering required, right? But you must wash and you must wait. But again, you have people out here who, hey, I touched the carcass. It was a bug. Gotta wash up now. No. That system was for the temple. Why? Because it's telling us you had to wait until evening. If you're just washing in some part of the world that's nowhere near God and his holy space, right? Why are you waiting until evening? Well, Kevin, that's just what the law says. Yeah, that's what the law says, but what was the purpose behind that law? And that's a question that a lot of people struggle with or can't answer because they've been suffering from framework blindness, as I've been saying throughout this entire class. Get beyond simply looking at rules and look at systems and the rules within them. Focus on the purpose of a system will help you understand laws like this. We see not only in this context, but we saw the context of the corpse. We saw in the context of the consecration, this idea that you got to wait until evening. We even saw in episode 1 where when the Israelites approached the mega holy zone, i.e. Sinai, there was a time component there. They had to wait. So when you put all of the data together, you got to see that unclean till evening is in reference to the holy zone. You see what I'm saying? But let's move on, right? To finish up finish up this episode. We're almost done. After several measured minutes, the mist retracted and the chamber panels dimmed. A soft chime indicated the cleanse was complete. Rami's law shard overlay confirmed his status. Purified. Episode 7, end. Use case time. All right? Only 2. Because this, like I said, it's a little system. So we have here what was shown throughout the episode. If you touch a carcass, or if you don't touch a carcass and you're clean, you can just go to the temple, no problem. But if you touch a carcass, whether that's a tortoise, ferret, chameleon, bugs, etc., right? Then you're contaminated, right? You're unclean. All unclean processes require separation, and but not all of them require washing. That's the interesting thing. And I think in the case of a ferret, I actually have it here in my example. Leviticus chapter 11, verse 29 says this. This is the contamination stage. These also shall be unclean unto you among the creeping things that creep upon the earth, the weasel and the mouse and the tortoise after his kind, and the ferret and the chameleon and the lizard and the snail and the mole. These are unclean to you among all that creep. Whosoever doth touch them when they be dead shall be unclean until evening. So this is one of those rare situations where if you were to touch any of the creatures that I just read, you didn't have to wash yourself. You would just be unclean. But again, think about the implications of that in our modern world. If you touched a dead ferret, or whatever, and you're like, well, I'm unclean. It says you're unclean until evening. So functionally, there's nothing you can do. There's no difference between you touching the ferret or not. Because the end result in our context is the same. Just got to wait till evening. Okay, well, if you didn't touch the ferret, you had to wait till evening. And then what? What's happening after evening? What is happening after evening? What's happening after evening is you're allowed now to go enter the holy zone. But if there's no holy zone, then what are you doing trying to keep this law? What are you doing trying to keep this rule? You are a purpose violator because you don't understand the purpose. You suffer from framework blindness. Got to open your eyes and see the purpose violations, because the purpose violations will allow you to contextualize verses like Leviticus 11, chapter 31. Moving on to the next use case. Again, a familiar one, temple malfunction. All of this plays into what I just said. If there's no temple around, right, here you are just out here trying to abide by commandments that are in Leviticus 11. I touched the carcass, gotta wash. I touched the carcass, gotta wait till evening. No, you are missing the purpose. As I mentioned, that's what this example shows, right? So moving on, we are finally at the last episode, right? But before we get into it, get some more water. We'll run to the bathroom real quick. All right, I'm back. Let's see here. Let's close this thing out. Episode 8. All right. Still good. Y'all can see it.
Yeah, we can see it.
Cool. All right. Final episode of the season. Starts with a quote, like always. Advisory, quarantine is in effect. Every blemish is a warning. Law Shard Council, Central Department of Purity and Contamination Control. Episode 8, Red Barriers. Zone 7 was quiet. Red warning lights pulsed along the corridors, a steady reminder that the lockdown had gripped the station for nearly 6 weeks. The low hum of the ventilation system filled the silence, like a nervous heartbeat, occasionally punctuated by the faint hiss of sliding shutters and the soft click of automated barriers. In apartment 4K, in the Dawn Horizon apartments, a newborn stirred in a cradle. Amelia rocked her gently, glancing at a small data pad on the table. It displayed the date her 66-day offering was due, counting down in bright digits. She traced the number with her finger. A knot of anxiety tightened in her chest. It's coming up soon, Tristan, she whispered, voice tight. Her husband stepped closer, taking her hands. And we'll make sure we get there in time. You won't miss it. She gave a small nod, but didn't look at him. I know. I don't want to fail her or, the master. Outside the station board, the leprosy locked down like a wound. Corridors were nearly empty and most market stalls, compact units with sliding panels and glowing digital menus remained shuttered. Only a few vendors peeked cautiously from behind their partially closed kiosks, while the rare customer moved carefully along the narrow aisles. The metallic echo of footsteps mingled with the low hum of digital displays, punctuated by the soft whir of air vents. It's them again, passerby whispered as the dust-born family passed, eyes lowered but shoulders set. Another muttered that dustborns brought nothing but trouble, while a pair of great house elders walked past, exchanging tense glances. Dust-born families stuck close together, aware that every gaze could carry blame. Even in the purification bay, workers moved through the machinery with taut, alert gestures echoing the corridor's tension. Amelia paced to the window. From here, she could see the levels below, barriers still hemming in the walkways, figures stepping carefully between them as if testing the air. The whole sector seemed caught between stillness and motion. I can't just sit here and do nothing, she murmured, brushing her hand over her daughter's hair. The offering date was coming fast, and the bay slowed by fear and suspicion. Everyday loss pressed heavier against her chest. Tristan came to her side, resting a hand on her shoulder. The bay's still running. Slower, yes, but it hasn't stopped. We'll make it through. A soft metallic click sounded in the hall, then another, then a quiet shudder through the floor. The overhead lights flickered once, then stabilized. A faint gust of recycled air swept through the corridor, carrying the metallic scent of machinery. Amelia pressed herself against the wall, holding her daughter close, breath caught in her throat. Then a crisp, clear tone cut through the tension. Lockdown lifted. Zone 7 clearance initiated, an official voice announced over the intercom. She froze as the pulsing red vanished. Bright white illumination washed over the cradle and the sleeping figure inside. Pulling her daughter close, Amelia let out a shaky sigh. Barriers still cluttered the hallways, shutters lifted, and cautious families moved lightly through the reopened corridors, their footsteps echoing softly on the metal floors. From the corner of her eye, Amelia saw a dust-born family passing warily. Even now, after the lockdown lifted, the station felt tense. The danger wasn't gone. Pressing her cheek to her daughter's head, she whispered, "All right, we'll do what we have to do, somehow." For a moment, the world held its breath. Corridors filled with cautious motion, shutters lifted fully, and Zone 7 slowly stirred after weeks of stillness. The lockdown had lifted for now, but uncertainty lingered in every corner. We'll be back after these messages. This episode of Framework Blindness is brought to you by them again. Attention residents. Lockdowns in affected zones have been lifted, but caution remains essential. Exercise care at all times, especially in the temple grounds where impurity carries fatal risk. Follow health protocols, monitor symptoms, and report concerns immediately. Your vigilance protects everyone. And we're back. Framework Blindness episode 8 continues. Tristan and Amelia entered the purification bay, its walls humming softly with energy and panels glowing with soft blue light. Amelia carried her daughter carefully as they approached the terminal. She tapped the screen, navigating through the interface with practiced precision. Protocol, childbirth. Option, daughter. The selection registered immediately. A small hover car at the edge of the bay activated. Its engines emitted a quiet, steady hum. Amelia stepped inside first, holding her daughter close. Tristan followed, the doors sealing automatically behind them. Amelia's law shards synced with the hover car, sending a series of illuminated paths into the air. The hover car rose smoothly and followed the projected path to Chamber 70, a sealed unit awaiting the childbirth protocol. Step 1, status verification. The chamber doors opened with a soft hiss. Sensors scanned Amelia, analyzing biometrics, chemical traces, and residual signals. The mechanisms display pulse green. Verified, clean, a calm synthetic voice announced. Amelia exhaled, her shoulders relaxing. Leviticus 12, 1-5, Kel, read that if you would.
It's Leviticus 12 and 1. And it reads, "And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, If a woman have conceived seed, and bore a man-child, then she shall be unclean 7 days, according to the days of the separation. For her infirmities shall she be unclean." And in the 8th day, the flesh of his foreskin shall be circumcised, and she shall then continue in the blood of her purifying 3 and 30 days. She shall touch no hollow thing, nor come into the sanctuary until the days of her purifying be fulfilled. But if she bear a maid child, then she shall be unclean 2 weeks, as in her separation, and she shall continue in the blood of her purifying 60 days.
So in this episode, this is what this is the principle I'm drawing from. Amelia she gave birth to a daughter, which according to the law requires that, after her separation, right, or she had to wait a period of 66 days, and then after that period had passed by, then the next step would be to offer a burnt and sin offering, as we'll read here. 2 teleportation pads on opposite sides of the chamber activated. A priest appeared on the first platform, robes settling neatly as he stepped forward. The second pad glimmered, depositing 2 young pigeons onto a small table, their wings fluttering briefly before calming. The priest inspected the pigeons, eyes sweeping over each one with deliberate care. Once satisfied, he pressed his hand against the panel, sending a confirmation signal to the chamber's system. The mechanism responded immediately. 1 pigeon was teleported to the offering bay for the burnt offering, the other for the sin offering. Soft hums and light pulsed. Soft hums and light pulses tracked each movement, guiding them flawlessly to their destination. Exodus, Leviticus chapter 12, 6 and 8. Kel, we'll close out the verses here.
Leviticus 12 and 6. And when the days of her purifying are fulfilled for a son or for a daughter, she shall bring a lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, and a young pigeon or a turtle dove for a sin offering unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation unto the priests, who shall offer it before the Lord and make an atonement for her, and she shall be cleansed from the issue of her blood. This is the law for her that have borne a male or a female.
Verse 8.
My bad. And if she be not able to bring a lamb, then she shall bring 2 turtles or 2 young pigeons, the one for the burnt offering and the other for a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for her, and she shall be clean.
Right. Now, this is one of those protocols that I think we all understand, like, is inactive, right? Because it's too obvious. Women are giving birth every day of the week, and you don't see anybody trying to, kill animals in their backyard in order to fulfill what's written in Leviticus chapter 12, right? And this is where, like, the selective blindness comes into play, because a lot of Torah keeping, well-meaning believers will acknowledge something like, well, yeah, like, we can't keep the protocol that's outlined in Leviticus chapter 12, verse 6 and 8. But when it comes to other things in the law that we equally can't do, they struggle to see it. So a lot of them suffer from partial framework blindness. But again, if you don't omit any detail as it relates to any system rule, then you will always be clear-eyed and possess 2020 framework vision, right? But here, it's obvious, like in this particular story, everything is working properly, which is why Amelia is able to continue on and offer the burnt and sin offering. Now, to close out the episode here, or at least this part of the episode, the chamber powered down automatically, lights dimming and walls returning to standby mode. Amelia cradled her daughter, relief washing over her. Tristan took her hand as they stepped out of chamber 70. The process was complete, precise, and silent. and silent except for the faint residue hum of the mechanism. Together they left the chamber, their daughter safe in Amelia's arms, the weight of the ritual lifted. Episode 8 end. A couple more things to show you all, and then that'd be it. Let's get to these use cases. Right. Oh wait, what? Where is it? Oh, there it is. All right. So again, childbirth. We saw in the episode how this plays out. No need to go through all of this, but what we're seeing here in the system is this system that I designed is basically what is written in Leviticus chapter 12. So, Amelia had a daughter, but if she had a son, let's say she had a son, right? Then she would have to go through a 7-day unclean period, as opposed to a 14-day unclean period by having a daughter. And then once that was done, she then would have to go through her 33-day separation as opposed to a 66-day separation, right? And then once the 33 days were complete, she would then have to offer an offering, the burnt and sin offering. Once that's done, she then would able to have access to the temple, right? Or the temple grounds. So that's what I'm showing here. But again, as I've been saying all class, like so many things, even in the childbirth protocol, you need the presence of the offering system. None of this can be done if offerings are offline, right? Systems talk to one another. Systems are integrated. We understand this concept in our modern world, but when it comes to the Bible, we get silly, right? Next use case. Again, this one is about a purity step being missing. So in this case, or actually this is about a rule not being followed. So if somebody is going through the process, woman's going through the process, she had a son, she finished her days of separation, but for whatever reason doesn't offer a burnt and sin offering, then she will not be clean, and therefore she can't approach the tabernacle, or she can't approach the temple grounds. And if she does, she risks turning that holy zone into a kill zone for her, right? So when you go through a protocol, every law must be kept. You can't keep 95% and just toss the 5% to the side and think, well, it's good enough. No, it's not good enough. It wasn't good enough when Uzzah, tried to stabilize the ark inadvertently. God didn't think it was, he was trying. He was trying. I understood what he meant. No, God said, the scripture says God got angry at him and dropped him dead for his error. Didn't even deliberately do it. He made a mistake. God was like, bing, target lock on, holy zone becoming a kill zone, die. That's what happened. So we serve a God that's very precise, and yet we in the modern day just act crazy when it comes to these laws, and somehow we think we don't have to be as precise. You see what I'm saying? Again, bunch of purpose violators. Last use case here, the all familiar temple malfunction. Again, if there's no temple, you can't use this system at all if you're a woman who is just giving birth. Like, this hits home to me because my wife just gave birth to our 4th child, our 3rd son, right? So if this was her in ancient Israel, right, she would have had to have gone through a 7-day unclean period, then a 33-day separation period, then would have had to offer burnt and sin offerings, and only then would she have access to temple grounds. But because there's no temple, even though my wife just gave birth, right, she's technically unclean, but because there's no holy zone, she's not at risk of defiling holy territory. So therefore, none of these things apply because the system is down. The system is down. The entire system is down, and the protocols are null and void. The system protocols are null and void. You follow me, right? So Got one more thing to get through, and then that's going to be the end of this this class. Just give me a sec. All right. Final stretch. Am I still good?
It's a blank screen, but yeah.
Oh yeah, nah, that's intentional.
Oh, okay.
Yep, that's intentional. This is the last scene. This is the last scene, and then season 1 is done. All right. So here we go. The camera sweeps over a vast stadium. Excuse me, had to cough. The camera sweeps over a vast stadium packed shoulder to shoulder. Thousands of people chant, clap, wave banners. Spotlights haze. A screen above the stage flashes with slogans. Revival, renewal, revelation. A voice booms through the colossal sound system, the announcer. Ladies and gentlemen, saints and seekers, citizens of the covenant nation. The crowd roars, stomping the floor in rhythm. Today you stand in the presence of a man appointed for such a time as this, a shepherd of multitudes, a voice to the nations, a vessel of vision and power. The stadium roofs groan, then parts open like a massive iris. Gasps ripple through the crowd as the roar of thrust drowns them out. From the heavens, a sleek jetpack streaks downward. The figure spirals through the air, looping the stadium once, twice, before breaking hard and dropping neatly onto the center stage. His coat snaps like a banner in the downdraft. He raises both arms, basking in the blinding lights and thunderous applause. The announcer's voice rises with each accolade. The teacher of teachers, the leader of leaders, the anointed voice of Zone CN, the one, the only. To be continued. The end. Roll credits. We're done. Took us a bit, but we got to the end.